tablecloth and then use this to do a wide binding around the edge of the tablecloth. So I'm a big fan of buying things ready-made and then just adding a little something to them to make them unique and to fit in. Jan's got in touch. Jan, you've impressed me this morning. My goodness me. Morning, Stuart and all. 5 dozen cheese scones made for today's coffee morning. Now I can relax and watch. Jan, I hope you've got your feet up. My goodness me. And cheese scones are my absolute, can't resist, favourite anything. You could put a chocolate cake in front of me. A fruit cake I might struggle to not have a nibble on. Any kind of baked good. But you put a warm cheese scone and some best butter. Do you remember when we always called it best butter? That in front of me, a cheese scone. Oh my goodness. Diet, what diet? Get out of here. Now, we had the black background of this one. This is the white background, EO61. Again, just beautiful. The prices are amazing. $3.99. This is a poplin. This is a poplin. Oh, $4.99. Sorry, this is a poplin. So again, shirt weight, dress weight, lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, really lovely. Really lovely fabrics. All right, let's move on. Let's move on. Stunning any time of year. But I mean, particularly now. Now, these next two fabrics, these are a little heavier weight. This is TZ45. I think this is stunning. Now, this actually, rather than, are these poppies or are these anemones? You'll see what I mean, I think. They look more like anemones to me, but they have a poppy feel. So I think depending on the context, so if you wanted to make projects for Remembrance Day, I think this would be entirely in keeping and appropriate. But equally, if you wanted to make something that just had a lovely summery feel to it, this would also really work. Beautiful stuff. I think this is extra wide as well. I'm just going to grab a tape measure because this looks a little wider than quilt weight cotton. Let me see. I like to know these things. Yeah. Oh gosh, now goodness me, that is almost 60 wide. Almost 60 wide for $5.99 for a half metre. That's terrific. Now this is a little bit heavy. This feels a heavier weight cotton. Now this I think might be good for lightweight upholstery, drapes, curtains, blinds, things like that. Really lovely. All right, and then we've got one more. And this is definitely on theme with poppies. This is really like the poppies that we buy and wear. But also, I mean, I love a polka dot. I absolutely love a polka dot print. And this has the elements of a polka dot print, but interpreted as poppies. Now, wouldn't this make the most amazing dress? You know, I mean, look here. I just think, can you imagine that as a dress? Sweetheart neckline, a short sleeve, quite nicely fitted. Isn't that gorgeous? Nice pair of heels for a wedding? I think so. I think so. Gorgeous. Would also make a stunning lining for a jacket if you just wanted a little pop. Now, that's poppy fabric. Let's move on to something a little bit different. This is the 7-berry bundle. I'm a big fan of 7-berry fabrics. They are designed and printed in Japan. They are beautiful, beautiful fabrics. They have a gently Japanese feel to them. They have like a sashiko. Oh, I'm sorry. We're not doing those yet. We will get to those. We will get to those. What did you call this one, Ben? Sublime. You see, if you'd said sublime, I'd have known. I'd have known. Ben, our producer, is getting very creative now with his names of bundles. This is sublime. Let me show you this anyway. This is a gorgeous selection of Japanese fabrics from Seven Berries. So again, all design printed in Japan. So these are proper Japanese fabrics. This one's got gold over printing, beautiful blossoms. That is stunning. I love this with the dragonflies on it. We've got that with the black and the taupe, a little bit of grey in there, and then the gold. Stunning. This one, black background, gold over printing. Think about those beautiful Japanese rice bags that you could make. If you need a pattern, go to my YouTube channel, Stuart Hillard Makes. There's a full free tutorial pattern for Japanese rice bags. Once you make one, you'll make 100, I promise. Very, very addictive. These are stunning, aren't they? Ben, they definitely are sublime. You can have that. Oh, this next one. Look at that. That's a bit special. And I may have peeked too soon because check this one out. That really is, as Mary Berry would say, that's a bit of all right. I love it when she says that. I love Mary Berry. She really is a national treasure. Gorgeous. And then I love these little bit paisley, gorgeous, black, navy and cream. Just stunning. Now, Ben's motivation for putting this group together was, you know those times where you need a focus fabric? So maybe you want to use your scraps up and you think, well, I need a focus fabric and then I can pull scraps using that. And that's what this bundle was all about. So for example, you'd grab this fabric, maybe you're making a bag. So you grab this fabric, this maybe we're going to use for the flap on the bag, and then I'm going to go to my stash and I'm going to grab, maybe I've got a tone on tone in this red, I'm going to use a little bit of the turquoise, a little bit of this peachy apricot and gold. I mean, one thing I've found from traveling, and I don't know if you feel the same way, every culture around the world uses and sees colours and combines them in different, sometimes unexpected, always delicious ways and inspiring ways. And you might not, I might not usually pull these fabrics, these colours together, but using this as a focus can really inspire you. Good job there, Ben. That is fab. And I think calling it sublime, I think you got the name just right there. Now then, let's do those 7 berries. Now, these are all individual fabrics. Let me show you these. I'll run through these fairly quickly, but they are gorgeous. PS 32. So this is a kind of Sashiko waves in that gorgeous deep kind of brick red. If you've done any if you've done any Sashiko sewing, this would work perfectly. If you wanted to make a lovely shirt, I mean, just check this out. You know what, it's like I knew. It's like I knew. It's like I knew. You know? Next, make your own. Next one. Now, I've never seen, actually, this kind of Sashiko fabric on lilac, but this is really pretty. I love that. Beautiful. 100% cotton, all printed in Japan. Next up, that is a lovely colour. This is QV13. This is a soft peach. Would work really well with the brick red too. If you look, just goes, oh, lovely. Beautiful. I've got that in brick red as well. This is BV53. Stunning. Absolutely stunning, isn't it? Just gorgeous. Low quantities on all of these, by the way, so if you're fancying any of these, I wouldn't hang about. Probably my favourite is on navy. Just, that'd earn its place in my stash 100 times over. Because you can mix them with a solid so easily. You know, something like silver mink, cream, tan, ivory, navy. It all works. Dragonflies, YE38, beautiful. Just beautiful, isn't it? Really stunning. Love that. And then we've got some little checkerboards. Look at these. Again, 7-berry, printed in Japan. Let's start with the blue. This is PN98. So this is blue and tan. All $7.49 per half metre. Next up, we've got the black. This is the BJ72. Then we've got QA02. This is the brick red. This colour might be my new favourite, actually. Delish, isn't it? And then we've got ZH74, and this is gold. I like that. Her love's only gold on a finger. Burr, 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 burr. Don't start me off. Good morning, everyone, says Donna. Looking forward to Delphine's demos. We've got Suzie Duncan as well. Michelle, morning, Stuart. Loved seeing you on Friday and catching up. Cannot wait to start knitting with your gorgeous wool. Thank you, Michelle. Now, that is my brand new Walking in Nature sock yarn. Maria, thank you for bringing that up, Michelle. Which launches here on Sewing Street on the 2nd of November. We'll be walking in nature, so put that in your diary. Now, let's jump to the rainbow. The rainbow. Now, this is a bit of all right as well. I'm just going to split that. Look, all those gorgeous warms. The pinks, the reds, the golds, the purples and oranges. And then, oh, goodness me, the blues, the greens, the teals, there's a bit of black in there and navy. All together, you're getting 24 different solids, 12 metres in total. You're paying for 11 metres. You're getting one of those metres for free. Now this, for me, would be an ultimate Christmas gift. It really would, to receive that, because it's everything covered. Whether I'm doing modern quilting, whether I'm doing traditional, whether I want to do a plique, make a bag, there is a colour for everything. That's delish. Shall we do colours? Okay, so do you need the code for everyone? Okay, tell me the colours. Oh, we can't do it now. Well, then I just start making things up, don't I? Old handbag. My last holiday. Oh, sorry, right, okay, right. We've got light lilac, magenta, school grey, jade. I'm giving up. Copen blue. Oh, I know that one. Copen blue, yes. Fur. That's green, by the way. Yeah. Sapphire. Amethyst. Hot tomato. Hot tomato. It's hot. Crimson. Red. All those lovely Christmassy colours. Oh, all those marine, raspberries, cyan, buttercup, coral. That's the coral, isn't that lovely? Navy, good, in the navy. Black, good old black. Teal, of course. Candy, pomegranate, lime, We've got gold as well. That's gold's lovely. Scarlet, I mean, just so many beautiful fabrics. They don't look as nice now that I've messed them all up, but I'll pop those into a rainbow later. 24 different fabrics. You get half a metre of each, 12 metres in total. You pay for 11. You get 1 metre completely free, £83.38. I think that's an amazing price, and what an amazing bundle. Something for every single project. It would actually work really well for the quilt that's hanging behind me, don't you think? Mixed with a little extra black? I think so. Right, quick slurp. And let's move on. Now, can we do this strip roll, please? Just while we're talking rainbows, this is WH, yeah. So what you've got here is, these are mottles. Can you see? A little bit like a sort of marbly mottle to the fabric. You've got 2 strips of each, so you've got a lovely bright leaf green, a lilac, baby pink, hot orange, kind of rusty brick red, lovely sapphire blue, deep forest green moss, sky blue, imperial purple, a sort of deep elephant grey, a nice rich chocolatey brown, a light grey, that's kind of like Caribbean blue, a nice mid-tone, not quite Air Force, bluer than that, a turquoise, a real beautiful sort of spring sky blue, a deep ink and black. So really good selection of colours there for $39.99. But we're going to do better than that. We're going to match the launch price. Should be $39.99. We're just roguing it now. We're just doing what we like. Oh my goodness, that's a better saving than I thought you were going to do. Tenner off, $29.99. Boot of my car, please. Thank you very much. Now then, can we do some of your lovely bundles, Ben? Ben's done some lovely little bundles. Let's do some Tula. Yeah, this is the parrots. I love, I'll McCall you later. McCall you later. I love what Ben's done here. You get half a metre of the Tula, and then you get this perfectly matched pink. Oh, it's a bit, it's got bits of thread on it. And that gorgeous gold. Now those go absolutely beautifully. Of course, if you're going for that mega bundle of rainbow, you could pull your own colours out of there, but I think that works really well. Now $13.99 is a cracking price for 1.5 meters of fabric. Half a metre there is your Tula pink, McCall you later, and then 1 metre of coordinating solid from Rose and Hubble. That is beautiful. Lovely little thing to have in your stash for when you feel like maybe making a bag, or maybe some pillows or cushions. Beautiful. Right, that's our first one. Now let's do another McCall you later. Different colourway this time. This is gorgeous. Pinks, and now this is again beautifully matched. There's your, well, it's called spearmint, but yeah, I don't know. Beautiful. And then that pink, look at that as a combination. That is absolutely stunning. And of course, you could also pull out things like the orange and the gold. You know, this would work really well in there too, wouldn't it? You could pull out an orange as well. But you're getting these 3 fabrics, half a metre of each for just $13.99. Love that. All right, another Tula bundle. Let's go. Oh yeah, love this one. So you've got butterflies in lime green. We've got beautiful black, so that those jewel colours really pop. And then you've got that fabulous imperial purple. We are heading towards Halloween. If that's your thing, I'm seeing a little bit of a Halloweeny look to this. The purple and black together, those butterflies with eyes. Oh yeah. I'm guesting on Halloween. And I'm a little bit disappointed because I've been told we're just subtle. subtle. I can have cat's ears apparently. Subtle. I don't know if I can do subtle Halloween. Anybody who saw my look last year, it was supposed to be a black cat, but somebody said I look like Adam Lambert. But I will take that. I will take that because he's gorgeous. Right, next one. More butterflies, but in orange. Check this out. So we've got the orange background butterflies from Tula. Then we've got this beautiful rich blue. And then this fabulous, bright, zingy yellow. That's lemon drizzle, isn't it? Lemon drizzle. There's a lemon drizzle cake in the gallery actually at the moment, keeping the boys happy. All right, next up, pink flamingos. Now then, these have already been selling very well on pre-order. Look at that. That's amazing fabric. I used that actually to make a craft caddy. And then you've got that lovely soft grey, really like that. And then look, this blue in the fronds has been picked out. What a gorgeous combination. What a beautiful combination. And again, what I would do then is, when you get this home, is take this to your stash or your scraps and start pulling some other fabrics and put yourself maybe a, 5, 7, 9, 12 other fabrics, bring them all together and, use that focus fabric to pull out different colours. Last Tula bundle then, this is Mick Jaguar. Mick Jaguar. This is Mick Jaguar, isn't it? Lil Jaguars. Lil Jags. Is this two Jags? Two Jags, what's it? I can't remember his name. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Deep fur green and bright orange. Oh, sending out love to Bex. Bex has messaged in on Facebook to say, morning, Stu, and everyone. Ah, Charlie's just said, yeah, let's go to the gallery cam. Big shout out to Bex. Bex is resting after a shoulder op, everyone. I'm resting my shoulder and giving my purse a workout. Oh, bless you, Bex. Bless you. Well, we're all sending lots of love for a speedy recovery. Oh, our very own Bex is waving as well. She's too shy to come on camera, which I never ever thought I'd say about Bex, but she's too shy. Okay, right. A message. First one of the day. Michelle in Greater London. Good morning, doing a Halloween party. Nothing subtle here. Go hard or go home. Even my husband has to be in costume or he's not allowed to enter. I love it, Michelle. I love it. When Charlie and I had first moved to our village, we had a housewarming, but it was also a Halloween party. And he hired a costume. It was actually the Cowardly Lion costume from the Theatre Royal. Except they hadn't got the head, so he had bear ears, which looked very, very cute. Anyway, you know me, I do love a bear. Anyway, there was a knock on the front door, and actually all our guests were there, and it was somebody asking for directions, and Charlie yanked the door open, 6'2", dressed as a bear, and said, "Hello, can I help you?" And they were like, "Oh, could you tell me where the circus is?" "Oh, no, it's here." But anyway, that was our introduction to village life. Right, let's move on. Oh, yes. Now then, red, white and blue. Again, a really good set of fabrics to have in your stash. I'm thinking La France, La Marseillaise, or red, white and blue, or they're just really good colours to have in your stash. Red and white is a winning combination. Blue and white is a beautiful combination. Half a metre of each for $7.99. Goodness me, are we getting something free in there? It feels like it. Amazing. Because our solids are what? Are they $3.49 a half metre? Yeah, £3.49, so that's £7. So what are we getting? Like one of these half meters for 99p or something, or £1? Well, anyway, it's a cracking deal. Grab it while you can. Now, who wants to come for an autumn swim? I'm going to the pool. It's heated. There's a spa. Our next bundle is called Autumn Swim. I told you Ben was getting creative. So these are beautiful. I mean, this is a lovely, lovely range here of blues. Yeah, I'm actually going to Redditch Leisure Centre later, so I think they've got a spa. I think they've got a spa, haven't they? Beautiful. 5 half meters of these beautiful blues. Now, Ben, can you tell me the colours, please? Oh, let me tell you the colours. So we've got candy, cloud, or cloud candy, Hawaiian, sky, and peacock. Those are lovely. Ben just did the sound. That was Ben, wasn't it? Doing the sound of a peacock in my ear. A proper... They are lovely though, aren't they, peacocks? I wouldn't want to live next to one, but they are lovely. That's our autumn swim. Right, shall we do some Liberty? Let's do some Liberty. Now then, let's do some Liberty bundles. We've got 5 different Liberty bundles. Each of these has got a selection of half meters in them. And here's the first one coming up. There we go. Right then. Oh, no, it's not that one. It is the... I don't see that one here at all. Oh, wait a minute. I've got it. I'm saying that. I don't know that that matches any of these bundles. It's just this one. This one doesn't match. Anyway, let me show you. Let me show you. I think these are the ones you'll get. It's just that one. It is that. It is there. Which one? Oh, it's that one there. Oh, it looks different. Okay, sorry. All right, yes. These ones. These are the 5 you'll get. So you're getting 5 half meters of beautiful Liberty quilt weight cotton. Absolutely beautiful, aren't they? Gorgeous florals. That's a stunner. Absolute stunner. That's beautiful. Just gorgeous. Kind of pinks and soft blues. A little bit of soft green in there as well. I would just mix that with lots of lovely white and you'd just get a beautiful, beautiful quilt out of that. Stunning. Okay, next one. Let's see what we've got. It's a big surprise to all of us. Blues. There it is. I've got that one. Oh, I've got that. I've got that. Look at that. Gorgeous. They are beautiful, aren't they? Liberty fabrics. Can't go wrong. Beautiful florals. I'm loving, loving, loving this in particular. This is, I love that little bit of red. As soon as I see that, I think, oh gosh, that is quintessential Liberty, isn't it? Stunning. You get 5 half meters, 37.45. Stunning. Stunning. Oh, with lots of lovely things still to come, you know. Right, next up, what should we have? Okay, I've got that one. I've got that one. Right, pretty soft florals. A little bit of neon in there. Oh, this is kind of more of a warm autumny palette, isn't it? Love that. And I think a lot of these now are those kind of in the danger zone fabrics where this is the last time you'll probably see them. So grab them while you can. Absolutely lovely. If you're a Liberty fabric collector, this is a great opportunity to grab your fabrics. Carol says, I hate Liberty fabric. I buy it, then don't want to cut it because it is just too pretty. Carol, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. And you think, but you know that fabric can just live as a whole piece of fabric with you. It can come and live with you, Carol. It's not a problem. I do always say though, you know, fabric has got to fulfill its purpose in life, you know. It was born for a reason, and its purpose is to become something lovely. But you don't have to cut it up into too small pieces. Use those larger fabrics for things like bags or pillows, cushions, you know, show off the lovely fabric. Keep it as large pieces. Right, 2 more bundles. This one I think might be my favourite because I just love these plum colours. And I think they're a bit different, aren't they? These plums and pinks. Absolutely stunning. Now I would mix a healthy dose of light grey in with these, little bit of gold accent, a little bit of white, or you could go really dark and use maybe like a charcoal grey or even a black in small quantities. Just pull out this deep charcoal grey. Stunning. Yeah, it's a gorgeous, gorgeous bundle, that. And then our last half-metre bundle is right here. So this is kind of greys and purples, lilacs. So if you're a purple girl or boy, this is going to be right up your street, especially if you love, love, love Liberty. So again, a big, large scale floral, a large scale sort of foliage trees here, and then some nice mid-scale prints as well. Great to mix your scales in your projects. You know, mixing scale, large, medium, small, mixing tone, light, medium, dark, and then mixing pattern, so floral, check, stripe, tonal or solids. All of these things help to create quilts and projects that look exciting and vibrant. All right, so those are our half-metre bundles. We've also got some fat quarter bundles from Liberty that I want to share with you. Let's start off with this one, which is RK75. Now I'm just going to pop this out of its wrapper for a second so I can show you these beautiful fabrics. Now you get 5 fat quarters in each bundle. This is marvellous value. I went to Liberty recently. You definitely wouldn't get 1.25 meters of fabric for £16.99 there. So lovely blue floral. That is gorgeous. That kind of robin egg blue. Really beautiful, that. Fabulous floral. That's one of my favourite prints from Liberty. That's a lovely floral, a little bit 1970s floral, that, isn't it? And then a floral to finish. Just gorgeous, aren't they? Absolutely beautiful. That one might be my favourite. Just stunning. So that's our first bundle, 5 fat quarters for £16.99. What a great price that is. What a great price. Now then, this next one is WD24. It's really, really pretty. It's that lovely combination. Look at me, I can't punch my way out of a wet paper bag. There we go, there we go. I'm in. I don't even work out, you know. Who knew? Blues and yellows is such a pretty combination. Again, you're getting 5 fat quarters, all beautifully coordinated, stunning. Just beautiful. Yeah, the price is amazing. Let me show you again from the other side. So really pretty floral. I mean, goodness me. If you don't want to cut these up, use them as pocket squares. Fold them up and put them in your top pocket. You could make a little tie, a cravat, bow tie. Beautiful. Fab. Absolutely lovely. Love that combination of colours. Now then, talking of a wonderful combination of colours, AH46. This is summery. I love the green in this bundle. It's a proper sort of jade green. Check this out. Oh, look at that. That is a bit of all right, isn't it? Pinks and yellows. It's that green for me, though. Just stunning. Healthy dose of lovely soft pink and vibrant pink there as well. This is joyful and summery. If you find autumn winter a bit on the miserable side and you need a little bit of an injection of spring colour, I think this is really going to fit the bill. Gorgeous. My mum, bless her, always gets a bit, you know, ooh, autumn and winter. She still won't embrace autumn and winter. And I always say to her, you know, get planting those bulbs. Think about the spring garden. Think of all those lovely, beautiful colours coming up in the spring. This is perfect for a little sewing project that will remind you that even though we've got winter to get through, spring is on its way. Every day that we go through now gets us closer to spring. Our last pack of the Liberty Fat Quarters is VK03. There we go. I'm in. There we go. Again, just lovely. Check these. This is that sort of china blue, isn't it? That gorgeous china blue. Again, it's got that lovely jade green. I'll just show you from this other side. Gorgeous. Beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely lovely. Okay, good. Right, quick mention as well. We've got some little bundles of strip rolls, 2.5-inch strip rolls. We've got the black, grey, white. So you get a bundle. Now these are extra wide. These are 55 inches wide, each of these strips, 2.5 inch by 55 inch. You've got your greys, different greys and white. And then you've also got a full roll of white. We're dropping the price to £24.99. So those would mix with your jelly rolls. Okay. Then we've got our blues and yellows. Now this would mix really, really well. Do you remember the blues and yellows Liberty? So these, check these out together. So this would be a great combo with some white. £24.99 for that. £24.99 for your 2 strip rolls. All right. And then we've got Christmas covered. Oh, Tannenbaum, oh, Tannenbaum. Gorgeous reds and pinks, beautiful candy canes. And then look at all these beautiful greens. Just stunning. Lovely combo that. Okay. Now then, I did just want to mention, you can get those individually as well, I think. Can you get those individually? No, you can't. No, just in their duos. Okay. Now, before we take a break, I did just want to quickly mention the Sublime collection again, which was the 7-berry, beautiful Japanese fabrics. So 12 different half meters. You're getting half a meter for free. Beautifully put together, these by our lovely producer Ben. So I'll just show you these again very quickly. For £80.89, you've got a gorgeous selection of 7-berry prints, some with gold highlights, some, this would work very well if you love Yoko Sato. If you love Japanese taupe quilts, some of these would fit in really well. If you want to make things like lovely little bags, maybe have you seen the quilts that are like pieced kimono that you can make? Or, you know, Sally Ann Harrison did the Liberty dress quilt. Okay, can you imagine that in this? So have more of a Japanese theme. You could absolutely do that if you manage to get her pattern. And then we've got some beautiful paisleys as well to mix it in. So these are all about those statement fabrics that will really encourage you to go to your stash for your coordinates. Use any one of these as a focus fabric, and then you've got a whole project that you can draw from that. Just beautiful, beautiful. Stephanie's got in touch to say, morning Stuart, I love Liberty fabric, but I've never owned any. Hint, hint. Saying that, I wouldn't want to use it. Just look at it and stroke it. Have a lovely day. Stefania, lots of love from us. Now, we're going to take a little break. When we come back, we've got Suzie Duncan with her first of 2 shows, so please don't go anywhere. Remember, every day is a school day. We've all got something to learn. I'll see you after the break.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Well, hello. This is a bit of gorgeousness, a brand new double-sided. How fabulous are these patterns and fabrics and this bag? Absolutely gorgeous. From the inimitable Suzie Duncan. Suzie,
Morning.
how you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Looking gorgeous. I
Thank
love
you.
your dress.
Bit of autumn.
Oh, absolutely. You're channeling autumn.
Yeah,
It's
well, it's
gorgeous.
difficult to know what to wear against this backdrop.
know,
so I just thought, well,
right?
I'm just going to have to go with
Yeah.
it.
Ah, you look lovely.
Thank
How are
you.
things?
Good, busy.
Yeah,
So,
and
yeah.
lots of creativity.
I know, it's very
Oh, I'm
exciting. Love a
excited
bag.
about this.
Love a bag.
A brand new, we all love a bag, a brand new pattern. This is the Quilting Ruler tote bag for smaller rulers. Now, you've designed a larger bag, of course, and we
Yes.
do have that on the show too, that has been super popular for storing, carrying our larger rulers.
Yes.
This does the same job for smaller.
It does. So I have a lot of medium to small size rulers, with especially some of the ones we've got on the show today, and that is perfect for storing those as well, but it equally doubles as a handbag.
Oh, it's just a gorgeous bag,
But
isn't it?
a great one for classes where you're only taking perhaps the components to do a couple of blocks, your sewing kit and lunch, whatever.
Oh, yeah, don't forget the lunch.
It's a good size, even if you don't use it as a ruler bag, it's a good size tote bag.
I agree. And also as well, you know, actually, you make such an important point that storing, I often think of storage as being on shelves,
Yeah.
in cupboards, whatever, and actually storing things in bags, padded, it's a really safe way of storing your rulers.
It is, and it's a quick way of getting up and going as well.
Yeah,
So you don't
and
have to
tidying
think.
up.
Yes, it is, and they don't tend to accumulate the dust on them that
It's a great
plastic storage
all-rounder.
does.
It
Yeah.
ticks so many boxes, doesn't it?
Environmentally friendly as well.
It is environmentally friendly. Take it shopping. Now, we've got patterns, we've got kits with pattern. Let me show you what the options are. We'll start off with this gorgeous version. It's a stunning combo.
And what I've, so
amazing.
what's
It's-
unique about this pattern is I've written it with a design in mind, but I've given you the measurements and everything so that you can actually use up your orphan blocks. So you
Yeah.
don't have to do the block design I've done.
Oh, but it's lovely.
But
Let
I've
me show
given
you
you
the
that.
fabrics first of all. So, of course, you're getting your pattern, which is to reproduce this bag right here. So you've got all of your instructions to create these blocks. So actually, if you want to make more of these blocks and then create a quilt from this, you can do that too. Loads of extra value there. All your cutting, I love this, it's such a clear chart for cutting out. You've also got full instructions for how to put those units together. So that's your pattern, and then you're getting 4 fat quarters of fabric. Now, beautiful, this cave design with almost that sort of dahlia-like flowers on is stunning. These large spots. You've got a second large-scale floral, and then this is absolutely beautiful, this mottled golden yellows. It's almost like molten metal, isn't it? Just stunning, and just brings such a lift. And then you've got a full metre of this beautiful bright blue fabric for the piecing, but also for your lining. So you're actually getting enough fabric here to make the whole bag inside and out, shoulder straps, the lot. You'll need to add a little something for padding inside. We'll talk about that in a sec. But an amazing price, pattern and all your fabric for $29.99. That's the Kaffe version. Now then, your second version is a brand very close to my heart, Tilda. This is Chic Escape. You've got, again, fat quarters. Now these fabrics, you do really need to see them opened out to appreciate just how lovely they are. This was my favourite colourway from this range. Greys, golds, pinks, it is absolutely stunning. You're getting fat quarters of each of these fabrics. This was probably my favourite print from the whole range. This is the peacock. That is lovely. You've got the golden floral. Isn't it lovely? Imagine the bag made in this. And then you have got a beautiful soft green that pulls out the green. Now if I just pop those fabrics and just show you what a lovely combination that is. And then just to finish it off, you've got a full metre of the grey, which you're going to use again on the outside a little and then for your lining. Absolutely perfect, great combo that. Plus your pattern, of course, for the small ruler bag, or the tote bag for smaller rulers. Double-sided, you could make 2 of these, 1 for each side. You could make 2 of these. You can mix and match, even play around with the design yourself. And Suzie has included in the instructions how to use your orphan blocks, or even blocks that aren't necessarily this size, to bring them up to the right size. So this is a bag you know you're going to make again and again and again. Now with that in mind, maybe you just want the instructions on their own. We got you covered. We got you covered. So we have got the pattern on its own, $9.99. For your full design from Suzie Duncan. Yeah, you can make these blocks, you can make this bag, but you can also use your orphan blocks to create so many different versions. Great way of using up your scraps too.
It is, absolutely.
What's your angel policy? Can we make your bags and sell them?
Please do, please do.
Great.
Yeah, absolutely. Just
You know,
give me a nod when
Yeah,
you do say that would be
absolutely.
great. But no, I mean,
it's a selling point, isn't it, at the end of the day? If you
Absolutely.
do a craft store, it's a Suzie Duncan design.
yeah.
We all know Suzie Duncan, she's on the telly. I just love it.
It's a
I
good
love it.
size.
It's a
You can get an
really
awful
good
lot in there
size.
actually. I've
I'm-
made one for my book club. 'Cause I belong to a book club, so I have my book of the month read and all my notebooks and
Oh, that's
everything in there as
lovely.
well.
So
it's
you're
good.
highbrow. I was just thinking, how many bottles of wine could I fit in there?
You could have
Lots of lovely
partitions.
cheese, a baguette,
Yeah. No,
picnic bag.
it is.
Lovely.
Actually, the bigger version makes
Yeah.
an awesome picnic bag because you
Wow.
can get your rug in it as
Exactly.
everything. You can get
Well,
absolutely everything.
What a
in
fantastic
that. And your baguette doesn't
segue.
stick out the top. It's safe from passing
Yeah.
seagulls.
Well, true enough. Do you remember, what was he called? There was
Oh, the what?
Yeah.
Yeah. What?
what
No.
no
Yeah.
what no cave.
Yeah.
Amazing. This is the large ruler bag, and when we say there's a, there's your difference. Don't they look stunning together though?
They do. You can imagine my
Amazing.
workroom. Looks lovely.
Oh, I bet it does. So this is your storage bag for your larger rulers. It's got inside
Inside is
Insulbright? No.
no Styleville Fix.
Styleville Fix,
Only
yeah.
because I use it to store my Shape Cut Plus and also my Creative Grids Stripology. So it gives it extra rigidity because those really should be stored hanging
Yeah.
or flat.
Yeah.
But it works for those.
Yeah.
And I've designed the size of it around those specifically.
Absolutely, it's a
So-
brilliant bag. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. If you're going to use a bag to store your rulers, hang it up. Hang it on the back of a door.
Yeah.
So that everything is effectively hung, but rather than having to have loads of hooks, you can just pop them all into a bag. Mr. Chad, that was it, Chad's. The bag contrasts with your shirt, Slim Jim, says Fiona. I've gone down a size now with my clothes, which is why I think it's showing a bit
That's
more.
good.
Yeah. Oh gosh, some of my
Awesome.
old shirts, it's like I could put a couple of poles in there and
Yeah,
go
but if they're
camping.
cotton, you know what you can do with them, don't you?
Well, I really do. I really do. I could make a quilt.
Yeah, do you know
There's
anyone
a
that could
novel
do that?
idea. But this is your large
It
ruler
is.
bag.
Yeah.
Absolutely stunning. Now we've got 2 colorways. Let me show you. So I'm just going to grab this for a second because this illustrates. This is the cream and pink version, which is absolutely beautiful, isn't it?
And you can change the design. It's same methodology. Change the design just by the way you lay your strip
Place your
pieces
fabrics.
together.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me show you those fabrics. So you're getting fat quarters of all of these as well.
Yeah,
So
6 fat quarters.
6 fat quarters in this bundle. That's gorgeous pinks. That is lovely. There is something in the background making an awful squeak. What is that? I don't think you can hear it next
It's a very
at home.
large mouse.
But it's a truck. Oh, that is stunning,
It is
Susie.
lovely, really lovely.
That is beautiful. And look at that. Not seen those before. Absolutely beautiful. And then you've got a metre of this coordinate. Now, Ben, what colour is this coordinate? That is lovely and warm, beautiful.
I think it's ivory.
That is cream.
Oh, is it cream?
It's
yeah, I couldn't
lovely,
remember
isn't
which
it?
we went. Yeah.
Gosh, that's
And that forms
Jersey.
your lining, the side panels, and the base of the bag.
Perfect, perfect. And then you're getting 6 fat quarters as well. All designers, absolutely beautiful. All designer fabrics there. That is a stunning combination. So you get all of that. You also get your full pattern, of course, for the quilting ruler tote bag. And remember, that's for those largest rulers. So things like Shape Cut Plus or your Stripology, maybe your large. I've got a 15.5-inch square ruler.
Yeah.
Fit perfectly, wouldn't
Yeah.
it? Your 6x24-inch ruler as well would go in there, but also great for picnicking, taking shopping, in the boot of the car with things like, in the winter,
Yes.
things like a quilt or a blanket and some sort of emergency
Thermos
food,
flask.
thermos flask, absolutely,
Yeah.
just in case, you know,
Welly
little
boots.
shovel, welly boots as well, you know, to have that emergency bag in the back of the car. It's a really good
Absolutely.
plan, isn't
It
it?
is,
It's a
yeah.
timely reminder to me, actually. I need to remember to do that.
Well, I tend to have one all year round with seasonal
Yeah.
needs.
Seasonal snacks.
Yeah. Oh no, not seasonal.
Love the snack.
I don't think I've got any food in my car.
Oh, Susie. Well, you usually, because
Surprise.
you bring us the
Yeah,
food, don't
didn't.
you?
I
You
failed miserably. Bit of a stressful day yesterday, but we're okay.
Don't. Oh, well, you're in a place of safety now,
I
love.
am.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Laura's got in touch. Stuart, since April, I have gone from a size 24 to a size 18, nearly a size 16. It feels so good. Laurie, you must be on top of the world and feeling so much healthier. Good for you. Well done. Well done. Amazing. Since April.
That's really good.
Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff.
Very good.
Now, we're proud of you. Now, that is our pink green version. We've also got a Liberty version. Has been so popular, this one. So popular. Watch out, you know what that means. Could sell out. So you're getting 5 fat quarters here. It's one of the bundles we actually had in the last hour. So you're getting these gorgeous florals, jade green, china blue, a little bit of soft pink in there as well, and some yellow. Gorgeous fabrics. Then you're also getting a cream fat quarter, and then this beautiful sort of limey coloured green for your lining and a little bit of piecing on the outside. You also get your instructions, of course, sorry, not those, for your large ruler bag. And Susie, again, do we have enough fabric there for the outer and the lining?
Absolutely, yeah. You've got everything.
Amazing
The only thing
stuff.
you need is to add your stabiliser, and that's purely
Yeah.
because everyone has a different requirement. So
Yeah.
you may want Starville, you may want H640,
Yeah.
you may just want to use cotton wadding,
Yeah.
or Inseal Bright if you want to make it a shopping tote.
Right, so then
So-
it could be your bag for things like your chilled and frozen foods.
Or picking up your takeaway, keeping it warm.
Like it very much. We have a takeaway bag because what
Yeah.
we started doing in lockdown, once you were allowed to go out, we'd get a takeaway and then go and find somewhere lovely in the country or
Yeah.
by a reservoir or something to sit and eat, and we carried on doing that because
Yeah,
it's
it's
really
good.
lovely,
You
isn't
might
it?
need your thermals soon.
Yeah. Oh, we don't get out. We stay in the car or in the van.
Right.
But you know, oh no, we're lightweights. Beautiful fabric
It is
combinations
beautiful.
today.
Yeah.
Fab. Now, you did mention the insides of the bag, which are important. Let me just show you 2 options. So we'll start off with our Styleville Fix. So this is fusible on one side.
Yes, it is, yes.
You'll feel the fusible side because it feels slightly rougher.
Yes,
It doesn't feel rough, but you'll feel a difference.
No, you can feel it. You can actually see it as well. When you've got it in front of you, you can see the little shiny dots of glue.
Absolutely right, yeah.
And you'll need 2.
And if in doubt, there's a slight colour difference as well. Can you see? This is the fusible side. You'll need 2 of these packs. So $6.99 per pack, you'll need 2. It comes pre-cut in half meters. So grab 2 of these for the large bag.
Yes.
If you were going to use this for the small bag, would 1 be enough?
I would think so, yes.
Yeah.
And it would do your handles.
Great, perfect.
If you wanted to reinforce your handles.
I love a padded handle.
Well, even if all you do is pad the shoulder area, it just gives it a bit more stability and comfort for the wearer.
Yeah, I agree. Very good, very good. Now, the other thing that you could use is H640. So this would work for either bag, but I'm thinking the smaller bag particularly well.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, I mean, that's what I use for the smaller one because I didn't need it to be quite so standalone.
Right, exactly. If you just want a bit of soft padding, H640 is a fusible fleece. So fusible on one side, not on the other. Remember, if you ever want to sort of join that up, you can always put things like, you know, 505 spray to sort of temporarily join your fabrics together. And there are sprays you can use that give a permanent hold. So, great. And again, this is this is a pre-cut. This is 1 metre by 90 centimetres. So 1 pack of that would do the large bag.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, do the large bag. It would also do the small bag, and you'd have leftovers for a little cosmetic bag that you could do. And in fact, there's enough fabric left over with the smaller ruler bag and indeed the other one that you could piece yourself together a little purse cosmetic bag to go inside.
Nice.
Or to hold your clips. So if you are using it for your rulers, you could store your clips or pins in it.
Amazing. So much value. So much value. A couple of messages, nice messages to read. Amanda's got in touch to say, good morning to you all. As like Laurie, I started weight loss August 2021. I've lost nearly 3.5 stone and gone from a size 24 to a 16. I feel so much better. Absolutely incredible. Well done. Fiona's got in touch to say, I have an electric cool box in the car all year round. Never know what good is we might find on a day out, and a Quillo to sit on. You are organised. I need to be like that. I need to be so much more like that. Right, let's move on.
Okay.
Susie.
All right.
What are you going to start with?
Well, I thought I'd start with the smaller bag just to show you how I made the block I've used.
Perfect.
But there's lots of layouts for it, which are on the back of the pattern. But you can use any. And then if I show you the 2 Creative Grids rulers we've got,
please.
I can then show you how you can organise those as well.
That'd be awesome. Yeah, we'd love the Creative Grids rulers.
Oh, I love a Creative Grids ruler. The block itself is really simple.
And we don't need a Creative Grids ruler for this.
Well, you need something to cut it against.
Oh, so we need a ruler,
you need a
but
ruler.
not a special...
No special rulers. Okay. It's all just squares and rectangles to make half square triangles and rectangles. That's all it is. Now, I've given you a 4 at once method for half square triangles. So your fabric cut seems a bit large, but that's why you're doing that, because you're making 4 half square triangles in one go.
Ooh, goody.
So you're going to cut your squares, and then you're just going to stitch at 1/4 inch all the way around the perimeter, which is what I'm going to do now. Okay. Hopefully.
So we're joining the squares completely on all, no gap.
Right sides together. I've best pressed them as well, or you can use Starch Savvy.
Is that important to do for this technique?
Well, I tend to do that wherever I am cutting on the bias, or if I'm piecing blocks, because it just gives you the best press and the best finish for your block, and means that when you do put that effort in and press, everything will align nicely, and you haven't got to sort of do a little tweak here and there. It just, for the 10 seconds it takes to spray, not only does your room smell lovely, but you get a much better finish on the end result. I just think it's...
I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
I've always been a big fan of spray starch and best press.
Absolutely.
Both work really well.
And actually I found my ironing board has had so much best press put across it
Yes.
that when I was ironing shirts, I didn't need to do anything because it reflects back off the
Absolutely
ironing board.
gorgeous, yeah.
So I've stitched all the way around. I'll keep it on the dark side so that you can see my stitch line. And then all you're going to do with a ruler and rotary cutter, if you don't like a rotary cutter, mark it with a pen, and it doesn't have to be a heat diffusible one. Any fabric pen will do, because you're going to trim it anyway. And you're going to cut these on the 2 diagonals. So don't move anything, and then you can just get true cuts.
So this is when that rotating cutting mat comes into its own.
It would if I put it on spin before we started. So then what you're going to do is press those out.
Oh,
and
look
you
at
see,
that.
you get your perfect
You
half
get
square
4.
triangles. Yeah, 4 at once. Absolutely brilliant. And then you need to trim all of those to 2.5 inches.
Okay.
So we're going to do that as well.
Yeah.
So
I tell you what, I'm going to get you a smaller rotating cutting mat, and I'm going to set it up for rotating
thank
for
you.
while you're doing your trimming, because
while I'm doing my
that
trimming.
will help.
It will. Certainly helps for the larger one in a minute.
Yeah, I love the rotating cutting mat.
It's ridiculously at home. I do have the rotating cutting mat set to spin.
The Deputy Joan, watched a show when we were doing rotating cutting mats, and you know, Joan's been in the business for many decades.
Yeah, bring that one in.
I'd never used a rotating cutting mat. Absolutely loved it.
They are just awesome, aren't they? You do spend a lot of time doing this.
You do to begin with. Yes. Yes.
So let's trim this down, and you use whatever you want to. I can't use that one because it's too big. Have you got the smaller one around?
No, I've got a small square.
Have we got a? I've got my. I thought I put my other one in. Let's try that one.
You can just use a little.
Will that one work? I'm just going to wing it because we've got a diagonal, so as long as I'm within the 2.5 inches, we're good. So all I've done is line that 45-degree line along my seam line, and I've made sure that my margins of fabric are beyond my 2.5 inches.
Right.
Is how I'm aligning that, in case anyone's wondering.
So you trim all 4 sides.
I'm going to trim all 4. It's just easier because then I know I've got everything lined where I need it to, and I can just swizzle my board.
I'm just going to put that rotating cutting mat on screen, because I do think that everybody needs a rotating cutting mat.
Well,
Fiona's message to say, Stuart, you're missing out on your ironing duties for Suzie. I know, and I was conscious of that. I was thinking I didn't want to overstep the mark.
Oh,
I will iron for you if you'd like me to.
having a press buddy.
Oh, that's fine. I can do that. Not a problem.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, move all my rubbish out the way.
I'm here for you.
Yeah, no, it's been brilliant. My sister's been staying with me, and she's been my press buddy for the last prep day, which was amazing. I tell you what,
you've been spoiled.
Exactly, and not only that, but I got all my prep done, and I was able to have a day off because of it. It was just like, this is phenomenal. Can you just move
day
in?
off? What's that?
Yeah, well, I did spend it in swimming lessons with a 2-year-old and various.
Pourquoi?
It's my grandson.
Oh, how lovely.
And I've been given the privilege of taking him for swimming lessons. It's just such fun.
Do you love it?
I absolutely love it. Yeah, we have an absolute riot. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, I love swimming anyway.
Yes.
And to be allowed to do that with your grandson is just
any
amazing.
excuse, for me, it's going to watch films at the cinema that I would feel awkward as an adult on my own to go and see. But I mean, I love kids' films.
Oh, there's some amazing. And the morals, I think as an adult, you see different things in it as well,
really
don't
do.
you?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, no, I love them. We're a big children's fan. Children's movie fan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not that I let it stop me going, of course, but I mean, it's just easier if you can take, godchildren,
you
nieces,
don't
nephews.
get looked at quite so much, do you?
All of my nieces and nephews now, though, they're all grown up. We haven't got any small children, toddlers. So if anybody's got one they can lend to me, I mean, just...
That doesn't sound dodgy at all, does it?
I just take them along to anything like that, or, like...
The theme park.
Yeah,
theme parks.
I know. I'm not. I was struggling then because I'm not really a theme park person.
I don't like big rides, but I do some of the little ones.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I do like a slide and a swing, so
Fair
I do
enough.
like to have a
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, the park, definitely.
Yeah.
Do you need that last one?
No, so that's the beauty of this.
okay.
When you're making it, you don't have to do loads of repeats because for each batch you make, you get a spare. So
Okay.
you've only for every 3 you
Bonus.
make, you get actually end up with your 4. So
Oh,
you're only
okay.
repeating this process 3 times, which is
Okay.
brilliant. So then we're going to lay out. I always lay out my block before I start stitching. So if I can borrow those.
Yes.
And then we want this to make a square, so we're just using our pieces of the 2 other fabrics that I haven't used to make our square. So it's as simple as that. And you'll stitch those to right sides together. There's no seam matching, which is even better at this stage.
Hurrah.
That row the same, this row the same. Then you're going to press your seams, and I suggested in the pattern that you press towards the non-half square triangle,
Understood.
because then you're reducing your bulk at these corners, and then you'll join your rows together. Unfortunately, you do have a bit of seam matching then, but that is the only seam match.
Okay, I've got my iron ready. You
Okay.
sew,
Do you want me to
press.
stitch, or I didn't know if you wanted to
Yes.
move on to the other blocks?
I don't know, do we?
Because there's quite a lot to get in, isn't there, with
Oh.
the 2 rulers?
Do you want to move on?
Well, we can do,
Okay,
because
fine.
the finished block you can see in front of you.
Yes, that's true. I'll show you again. It is gorgeous. So same block, well,
Yeah.
same units on both sides, but completely different design. And actually, Suzie has included 4 different layouts of the same units. So we've actually got loads of options. You could do a whole quilt, couldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely, and it would work. You could make it into, if you kept it to one, you'd get a big chevron.
Yeah.
Or you could get a series of on-point squares. It's just such a useful block, but a great scrap buster as well. That's why I like it.
Fab.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's our small bag.
Yes, and then you'd use those blocks, you border them, and creates your front panels. You put your sides on and make it into a bag. I mean, that's as tricky as it is, really.
Sounds
and
pretty
that's true
straightforward
for the
to
big
me.
one, but obviously instead of a 6.5 inch block, you're working with a 8.5 inch block. So it's
That's for the
just a
large.
difference in block size.
So what's your next demo, Suzie?
So I thought I'd show you the Creative Grids rulers
Oh, yes,
that we've got on the
please.
show. So do you want to introduce
I
those
will
first?
do, I will
and
do,
I'll
yes.
then show you what I did with them.
Awesome, yes. So we've got 2 Creative Grids rulers, and these are both rulers I've never seen demonstrated, so excited to see these. So let's start with the Kitty Cornered. Make 11 different sizes of the Kitty Cornered block, 2 at a time. Now this is, I can already see, a super useful unit. Kitty Cornered, never heard it called that. So that would be something I would usually probably foundation paper piece, but not here. We're going to use a ruler for that. So that's the first one, $25.99 for that. And you can make 11 different sizes of that unit, and they all come out square. So size range from 1 inch
To 6,
to 7.
7.
I want to say 7.
No, it's 6. 1 to 6.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. No, you have to cut your pieces to 7.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Right, and then the other block that we've got is called Cat's Cradle. And I remember once a lady in my quilt guild did a whole evening show and tell using, actually it was just this side, so not the half square triangle pieced version, but just this version. And she had made something like about 8 or 9 different quilts, but there were just a gazillion different ways of laying out those blocks. It was incredible, absolutely incredible. And this ruler makes that block in 6 different sizes. And then you've got the pieced or the unpieced square. So you've got the half square triangle version and the solid version. Awesome. Shall we start with Kitty Cornered?
Yeah, let's go for it. So you know what we're aiming for. That is your finished kitty corner, which looks quite amazing.
It does look amazing. Yeah.
And as you say, normally you'd look at that and say, yeah, FPP. Foundation paper
completely.
piece, definitely, to get those angles. It's that or a lot of geometry. But no, this ruler makes it super easy. If it does, of course, come with the usual Creative Grids instruction sheet, which I just store clipped, so I know where it is. But my recommendation is take a photograph, keep it on your phone or your laptop, so you've always got it for reference if you need to.
That's a very, very good tip.
The other thing that I would also recommend is, it doesn't matter if you lose this actually, because it's all written on here for you.
Yeah, they're very self-explanatory,
So
really,
clear.
aren't
Yeah,
they?
it
Or
is.
you can watch a video.
Well, that was the other thing. They've all got QR codes, so I always sit down with a cup of tea or what drink of choice and watch the video. I think this video was about 6 minutes, so not a great deal of my life went to watch this.
No.
But at least it meant I was not in the dark when I was starting
Right,
this.
sometimes it is good just to see someone do
It
it the
is.
first time, and then it can make the written instructions make more sense, can't it?
Well,
More
it also
quickly.
takes the fear factor away,
Yeah.
doesn't it? So you're going to cut the squares you recommend. Now, as Stuart said, it cuts from, you can finish from 1 inch, which is fabulously small, to 6. So I've opted here for, what did I go for in the end? I'm going to go for a 5-inch finish. So I've cut the a 4-inch finish, sorry, so that I can show you how to relate that to the bags. So I've cut my required square, and the first thing you're going to do with your squares is fold them diagonally. So again, I best press this, and when you fold, match your point and bring your finger down to the middle and finger press it out, and then press in half. Don't worry about the crease because we're going to get rid of that later. So we're going to do that, and we're going to do that to both pieces. Now obviously I've still got a bit of selvage on this, but it doesn't matter because I'm going to cut that bit off in a minute anyway, and it's less than my seam allowance, so it's not an issue. But I do like to utilise as much of my fabric.
Absolutely, yes.
So again,
Well, like you say, especially when you're going to trim it off, and you've done this a few times, haven't you?
yeah, so I know that I can get away with it. So what you're then going to do is place that folded edge, and your ruler has a step 1 in one corner, so find that. Place that diagonal big dashed line where it says place on fold along your fold line, and this is where you can see whether you folded it squarely or not. And then this is the scary bit. You're then going to cut up the sides of the ruler. And that is waste, or is it?
Oh, I suspect not.
No, because I would then join that together and use it for another project.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or use it for covering buttons or EPP pieces. So it's never a waste. But this piece that's left, you're going to open out, and it's now kite shaped.
Oh,
so you
I can press
see.
that.
Oh, yes, please. So you need to do that to both. So while Stuart is doing that for me, I shall cut this one. So far it's really straightforward. You're just cutting one and pressing. That's all you're doing. So I'll leave you that one. Those can go over there. Now this next stage is the Unit B. Now the Unit B is rectangles, and it's really important if you're using fabric that's got pattern that you have them so that the patterns are together, right sides together, because you need to cut mirror images.
Oh, okay. You need a right and a left.
Absolutely.
Understood.
Now, obviously, we're using a plain, which is fabulous. It doesn't matter then. You'll also notice we're doing 2 at once, which is even better.
I love a twofer.
Yeah, don't we all? So this is where we're going to line. I've turned my ruler 90 degrees to my left, and I'm on step 2, which has got a chunk out of the corner. It's not because I'm really poor at storing my rulers, because I don't. I store them in my bag. It is deliberate. We need that in a minute. So you're going to line that ruler with the left hand edge of your rectangle, and that should actually, and you might like this word, bisect
Oh, I say.
your rectangle exactly in half.
Gorgeous.
But a wedge shape.
Don't peek too soon.
I
Remember,
know,
you've got
that's
another
it.
hour.
Yeah, I know, that's it now. I'll go back in a hole in a minute. So we're going to cut up there, and we've got 4 units then, which
Look at
is
that. 2
just
for 1.
brilliant, isn't it?
That is brilliant.
And it's got our match things. So
Doggy is cut off already.
Absolutely.
I love it.
So what we're now going to do is stitch those to, if you get it the right way around, so it's even better. You're going to stitch those. No, that was the right way around. What am I doing?
I always have to lay them out.
Oh, I know why, because I've
can't-
missed a stage. Here we go.
Oh.
There we go. I knew there was something else I needed to do. You know that bit at the top?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to use it to cut a bit off. So we're going to line this back up.
Oh, there's step 3. I'm seeing now step 3.
Step 3.
Trim 1, trim 2.
Yeah.
Step 1, step 2, step 3.
That's the last stage,
Oh,
this one.
okay.
You do literally work round the ruler. So I don't know if the camera can pick this up. Probably will on white, if I get a piece of white.
I think it'll do it on the pink.
Do you think it will?
Yeah, Charlie Director says it will.
Yeah? Can you see it? Mm-hmm. Yeah? So on step 3, you've got 2 lines that don't meet at the edge, and it says clip corner of B unit. So the opposite corners, I seem to have 3 ladled up here.
That's the other one, isn't it?
Those, yeah. So let's, hang on. Are they the same? This one, yeah. So you want to keep them aligned. Opposite edge to that one, you're going to go to this point here, and all you do is move the ruler until your edges are in line with
I see.
that V, which is really clever.
Yeah.
I couldn't work out why there was a bit missing, and now I know. And then you're literally just taking that tiny little bit off. And it is a tiny little bit, but it is worth the effort. So we're going to do that. I don't need to do that with both because we'll just make one for now.
Okay, cool, yeah. No problem.
And then, again, if you put it in place, you can get your head around what you're doing.
Oh, is that how you piece it together?
Yeah.
Okay, I was not expecting that
No.
at all.
So you line that dog ear you've just cut with the edge
Yeah.
and sew down.
Yeah.
And it's a
Cool.
1/4 inch seam.
While you sew that, I need to redeem myself.
Oh.
Stefania emailed in earlier on, has emailed back to say, hi again, please call me Steph. Only mum and dad call me Stefania, and I'm imagining only if you've done something wrong. Can you recommend a ruler for half square triangles, please? Yes. I made a table runner and it consisted almost entirely of half square triangles and it took forever to cut. Thank you. Well, I definitely have a recommendation, Steph. Susie, do you have a recommendation for half square triangles?
I do. I don't know if you've got them in stock still.
Yeah.
I use the June Taylor Perfect half square and 1/4 square triangle ruler.
Cool.
But I also use the Creative Grids one as well.
Well, that's the one I was going to recommend. I've started using the Creative Grids. Now, it's the one that looks like...
Is it
like
this
something
one?
that's got a bit cut out of it. That's the one. Can I borrow it? This would be my top tip.
I'm going to use that one in a minute, actually.
Brilliant. Yeah, it's the Creative Grids non-slip multi-size 6-inch flying geese and 45 and 90 degree triangle.
Such a short title.
It's such a short title. It's snappy. It's easy to remember. I always say it's the square with the triangle cut out of it. It looks like that. Oh my goodness. I was given this, to use for a show. And I thought, Susie, I've been making half square triangles, thank you very much, for decades. 2 squares together, so across the middle. Why do I need this? And then I tried using it. And oh my goodness, it's revolutionary.
Oh, it's insanely good, yeah.
It is absolutely brilliant. And I don't say that lightly, but I have made a Lady of the Lake quilt which has got 42 triangles per 9-inch block, 8-inch block.
Yeah.
And it saved my sanity.
Yeah.
Truly.
Absolutely.
Truly brilliant.
Well, what I love about all of these rulers is you don't have to do all the maths.
You don't.
Because it's the maths that's the headache.
Well, exactly, because mine are 1.5-inch finished half square triangles, which I started 2 3/8 of an inch square, and then try marking the diagonal. Oh, this, you cut a 2-inch strip, You cut out your bits, you sew them, it's done.
Yeah,
You're done.
So good,
Anyway,
so good.
so you've done the sewing.
We've done the sewing and it's nearly there.
That's amazing.
Looks lovely, doesn't
So
it?
you haven't had to trim that yet?
No, but we're going to use the
trim.
last corner to trim, which is what all this gubbins is. And as we know, Creative Grids have this amazing non-slip strip, and that is why it's within this area here, because we're going to use this to create our square. So in the very corner there is a tiny little V, and you're going to line that up with the V on your block you've just sewn.
So this is then adding 1/4 inch either side. So when this block is pieced, that point will go right into the corner.
You do want to make sure that your margins are within. So if you've not pressed it to achieve that, then just give it a bit of a spritz and a repress. There is, as you can see, there's not a lot. I'm going to take, except I'm cutting this to 4. It seems to be very large, but I must have been cutting it to 5. Well, we'll go for 5. Or we can go for 4. Let's go for 4. Let's go for 4. It makes it more sensible.
Go for 6.
Then.
I'm joking.
Yeah, let's just stretch it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to trim that edge. Okay.
But that concept actually of making a little bigger than you need and trimming back has been adopted by a lot of sewers, hasn't it, for things like half square triangles?
Yeah, I mean, when I first started with half square triangles, I followed an instruction, and my margin for error was literally a 1/16 of an inch.
Oh gosh,
and it was like, yeah, no, that's not going to happen, is it?
No.
I'm never going to achieve that. So that's when I started to add in enough to give me leeway. I'd rather waste a slither of fabric.
Well, it's not a waste if you get the results you want.
Absolutely it isn't, no. And then you just turn this round, line up the other side, and you've got that diagonal line still.
And this is about finding the finished size.
Absolutely. So this is 5-inch finished, and actually I haven't got much to trim off, which is perfect.
Love that.
So it's minimal waste. There's my trimmings. Look at that, it's confetti. And I've got my square. Now what can you do with those?
I need that ruler. Because that unit, it goes into so many blocks.
Yeah, so I've done 4 ahead of schedule just to show you that you don't have to, you've got many ways you can use this. So you can do your, almost like a Maltese cross with a pinwheel. Yeah. If you flip it, you get a star.
Love that.
You can turn them so that you can go completely abstract and do your own thing, which is equally good fun. So it is something that's really useful.
That's
this size,
lovely.
You can just do that as a coaster.
Yeah.
If you've got scraps lying
around. And you could make great borders as well using those blocks. Just a very quick answer a question. Julie says, morning, do you need both the rulers to make the large ruler bag?
No, you need a 45-degree angled triangle ruler, such as this one. Yeah. To be able to make it. If you haven't got one, then you need to be able to cut yourself a template that's 45-degree.
You can do a template, but you don't need a speciality ruler.
Absolutely
None
not.
of these.
No. Awesome. So that, in essence, is kitty cornered. And so if you choose your sizing carefully, because the finish on these is a set size, you just do the number that works to fit it.
I definitely need that ruler in my life. That is brilliant.
It is really lovely one. Do you want me to do Cat's Cradle?
Yes, please.
Have we got time?
Yeah, we've got time.
We've got time.
We're going to do Cat's Cradle ruler next. Now, we'll put details on screen for this. So this is to create the Cat's Cradle unit, $22.99. I'll show you the size. This makes 6 different sizes. I've got that right, haven't I? Yeah. 6 different sizes. And that's 6 different sizes with the square in the corner, and 6 different sizes, same 6 sizes with the half square triangle in the corner. So you can mix it up, loads of value in that ruler. And this unit can make so many different quilts. It's like the ultimate scrap buster. Got scraps? This could be the way of using them.
It is, it's really cool. So, and the pieces you need, so this is what a Cat's Cradle block looks like. You've got in essence 2 half square triangles, a square in a corner and 2 triangles, which would be a nice nightmare to piece.
Yeah.
But this does it with rectangles.
Well, the maths as well for 6 different sizes, it would
it's
be.
Just not worth
it's
it,
not
is
worth it really.
So what I've done is cut the pieces already for us, but you have, that's my extra for in a minute, you've got 2 squares and 2 smaller rectangles, 1 large rectangle, and all the sizes are given to you on your ruler as well as in your instructions.
And you use that ruler to cut those squares and rectangles, so you don't have to start grabbing your 6 by...
I didn't, because there's no markings on it.
Oh, I
see. I use my...
You use your regular ruler,
one.
I understand.
Actually, I think because I was doing a number of them, I actually used my stripology.
Okay.
And cut strips of the sizing.
Gotcha.
But what you want to do is you've got to think about your colours with the cat's cradle, and that's how the cat's cradle works so well. You need your larger rectangle and your small squares to be the same colours, really. Okay. And your sky pieces or your little triangles in another colour. So it's all about contrasting colours, the cat's cradle. It's lights and darks. So you do need to think through your fabric choice on this one, because otherwise you won't see the little triangles. If they're
but
all
if you were
dark,
doing a scrappy version, these could be different colours,
absolutely.
these could be different fabrics.
Absolutely.
Just as long as there's good contrast between all of them.
Because otherwise you won't see the patterns emerging.
Understood, yeah.
So the first thing you're going to do is take your smaller rectangles and your squares and join them together, right sides together on one edge, which is super easy. Even I can do that. If you want to pin them, you can. It's up to you. Again, they're 1/4 inch seams, all of these. And if you're doing a whole load, just you can chain piece.
Oh, so you just sew down the side?
You're just sewing down the side. And this is what I find quite... When you first do this, you think, okay, so how is this going to make?
Sure. Do you need me to press anything?
Well, that would be very helpful.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much. If you could press those out towards the rectangle, please.
Okay.
It's only because he likes the eye.
I like having a job. Well, I love the eye, and I like having a little job as well. Press towards the larger rectangle.
Yes, please.
Okay, no worries.
And then there's a very clever trick in the next stage, which I thought was fabulous.
Ooh.
Oh no, look.
What happened there, Stuart Hillard? Okay, that's
Good.
better.
You just got carried away with the pressing.
I did.
Beautifully pressed. The other thing is we're not seam matching either, because you're going to turn them so that the rectangle is on one side and opposing.
So it's a bit like a 4-patch,
it is,
but there's nothing to match in the middle.
It's like an asymmetric 4-patch.
There's a bit of a gap.
Yeah. And we're just now going to stitch all the way down there. And this is the clever trick bit. I love this bit. I made lots just because I love this bit.
Yeah, it is a super block, this. It's very addictive to piece. And as I say, if you've got scraps, I know you've got scraps, this will be the most wonderful scrap busting ruler you could possibly have, I think, in your stash, because you'll have so much fun. You could make 20, 30 different scrap quilts and they'd all look completely different.
They would. I'm just going to grab my pen. There it is. So what have I just done?
I got that. It's just a clip.
Okay. So what you're going to do is find the middle of this and just finger press it on that sewn edge, and then with a pair of scissors you're going to cut that seam allowance. Don't cut the stitching, just cut the seam allowance as much as you dare, and then you pass it to your pressing assistant and ask him very nicely to press the seams, and look how clever that is.
Oh, in opposite directions.
I can press towards my rectangles, please. Thank you very much.
No problem at all. I can do that.
And then you're going to start using this ruler. Now the ruler, as with all of them, has got the non-slip 1/4 inch gap. It hasn't got the step 1, step 2 like the other ruler has marked on it, but if you've got your instructions, we can follow it. If you've missed those, then it doesn't matter, because we can still use it. What you're going to do is place, where the words cat's cradle are, there is a 2 solid lines of a square and 2 dashed lines. And we're going to place those on the seam line of one of the squares, preferably on the wrong side would be really good.
Oh, so on the stitching line.
On the stitching lines.
Got you.
Okay. And then, and it should come across. Now, I found, because I made the largest block, I did need an extension bit on mine because it was a bit bigger. I've made a smaller one this time. And I just married up 2 rulers so I could extend it, or you can just shuffle. With a heat diffusible pen, although that's not critical because you end up in a seam allowance, you're going to mark along the edge of your ruler. Okay. Then we're going to turn that round and do the same again. And so there should be a gap between the 2. It's not because they've done their maths wrong or I can't use the ruler. There should be that gap. Now what you're going to do is place that right sides together with the larger rectangle. And you can clip, pin, whatever you want. I'm going to pin it because we're going to sew down those 2 lines.
Now, Suzie, am I right in assuming that your pieced units that you've made should fit that solid rectangle perfectly? They should fit.
Yeah.
So if they don't,
if you've
check
got
your seam allowance.
Or press it again.
Yeah.
I always do a check on my seam allowance anyway, just to make sure that I'm doing what I should. And you don't want your 1/4 inch foot on if you've got one. You want to swap it for your normal open toe foot at this stage because we're sewing across a diagonal. Oops, not on an edge. And it's normal stitches, and just follow the line. Great. Which is even better. And again,
I never use a 1/4 inch foot with a guard on it.
You don't?
No. I've got a 1/4 inch foot which doesn't have a guard, it's just 1/4 inch wide.
Yes, I've got one.
I tend to use the 1/4 inch stitch on my machine so I can use a flat foot.
Yeah.
Because you're right, it doesn't go across fabric.
No.
It's designed to run along the side of a raw edge.
Yeah, I mix and match depending on what I'm doing. So the next thing we're going to do is cut these apart. Okay. So we're going to turn our ruler.
May I offer a top tip?
You may, please do.
Do you still need those lines that are drawn? It doesn't matter if they iron off.
No, it doesn't matter. You press it again.
So all I was going to say was, for me, time efficiency, I want to set my seams, so I do it before I cut. Yeah. Because I can do 2 at the same time.
Yeah, and also they're not on the bias at this stage, so it does hold their shape better. So this time what we're going to do is use the edge of the ruler just to cut those in half with using our 1/4 inch seam allowance. And you end up with the most tiny slither of fabric between the 2.
So you still trim both sides?
Yeah, you do. It just reduces your bulk later on.
Again, that rotating cutting mat
makes life
pays for itself,
easier,
doesn't it? Yeah. And the safety.
Yeah, so there's my tiny bit of confetti. Well, it's so tiny I can't even pick it up with my fingernail.
You just brush it away.
There you go. So that's my waist. So now, if you wouldn't mind, sir, these get pressed out towards the triangle. Yeah. Thank you very much. And then you're going to use the last bit of your ruler to trim to size.
Got you.
And again, on the ruler, you've got your squares, your finished square, your markings for your corner square here. We'll just trim one and then you can see it in action. So I'll place that on the right size because I'm finishing at 4 inches. So you've also got a diagonal hashed line that you line up along your seam. So you know that they're all lined up and straight. Again, and I've got this around the wrong way for cutting because you can do 2 at once. So you trim up and over, pull those away, and then you're going to flip it round and you line it up. Hang on, let's get this right, Suze. You ignore the square, you line up your diagonal size. and then you can trim off. And you line it up for the relevant size you're making. And where you've got that, you're going to have to trim a bit harder. Having a bit of a pressure issue today.
I think, is it because the mat's on top of another mat?
Probably, and also I think the swimming lessons yesterday wore me out.
That is perfection.
It looks amazing.
That is absolute perfection.
So when you've got several, this is one idea you can do with them. But actually, Kitty Cornered and Cat's Cradle together make a fabulous
you can use them
partnership.
together. Of course you can, because you've got all those different sizes.
Absolutely. And you can bring them in and put them together when they're the right sizes, of course, and make a really fun design. And this will make a really good border.
Incredible. Thank you so much for all those demos, Suzie. Again, you know, really, really heavy on the education here at Sewing Street, which we love and we know you do too. Quick roundup then of what we've got. There are 4 different kits, 2 different patterns to look at. We've got the brand new quilting ruler tote bag for smaller rulers. You can get the pattern on its own from Suzie Duncan for $9.99. There are the instructions on their own, $9.99 for that. And remember, you also get that great block that you can use in so many different ways. Now, if you want the kit, that is made up right here, the beautiful Kaffe blues and yellows, $29.99. You get your pattern included, plus 4 fat quarters and a metre of fabric for the outside and the lining. The second option that we've got for you is the Tilda Chic Escape. I'm going for a chic escape this weekend.
Are you?
It's a secret.
Oh.
Charlie hasn't told me where we're going.
Ah.
We fly on Sunday morning.
You're flying
We're flying somewhere.
Awesome.
But I'm suspecting it's somewhere domestic because Charlie said it will be the same weather as we've got here.
It could still be Europe.
Anyway, Tilda.
Very exciting.
I do need my passport, but then you need your passport in this country as well, don't you, I think?
Yeah,
to get
just
on a
to ID
flight.
yourself.
Yeah. So beautiful Tilda Chic Escape, a little bit of solid there as well, plus your pattern. So that's option 2. Now we've got a second bag, which is Suzie's large ruler tote bag. Instructions on their own, first of all, $9.99 for those. It is a huge bag as well. We'll store your Shape Cut Plus or your Stripology squared, something like that.
Stripology XL actually fits in.
XL,
Yeah.
awesome,
Yeah.
awesome. And then we've got 2 options, cream and pink. So you've got these beautiful raspberries, pinks, lovely lime and leaf green, really vibrant, beautiful that. And then the cream solid for the outside and lining. Remember, you get enough to line it. Then the other option we've got is the Liberty. You get 5 fat quarters of Liberty, beautiful blues and greens. You get a fat quarter of cream, and then you get a whole metre of this beautiful chartreuse green. Now you will need some H640 for the smaller bag. Details are coming up on screen for that. $9.99. 1 pack's enough for either the small bag or the large bag. And then if you're making the large bag, Suzie recommends Styleville Fix, which is a one-sided fusible, $6.99, but you will need 2 packs. It's a fusible foam. Awesome. Okay, we're going to take a little break. When we come back, I'll be welcoming Delphine Brooks for first of 2. She is my sunshine, and she'll be doing her sunshine quilt after this.
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way. only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as a quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hi, welcome back. Now, I spoke about a little ray of sunshine. Here she is, it's Delphine.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
It's lovely seeing you again.
Andrew, my love.
How are you doing?
Oh, you know, I'm
Busy?
very busy, yeah, lots of things going on. But
Doing your warrior thing?
I was at Warrior last night.
Good.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, trying to keep, nice and fit and healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you do things like roaring and shouting when you do it?
No.
No. So I'm imagining there's quite a lot of rawr.
Although when we did boxercise last night, and some of the guys really go for it. They're quite vocal.
Yeah.
So it's good fun.
Honestly, men. Oh, but look at this for a ray of sunshine. Now I'm going to leave the clips on. This is stunning, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. I love the colours. I love the design. It is so striking. It has got a stained glass window look without leading. Don't you think it could be stained glass?
Yeah, it could be.
You might make this for church. You might make this as a fundraiser. I think it's beautiful. It might just be something you want to make because it is absolutely gorgeous. And it is absolutely gorgeous. Where do you get all your ideas, Delphine? Because you're always doing something different.
Well, I was thinking, with the reason why I've done this one is I was thinking on the play of wrong word, about remembrance. And because obviously I'm going for something a lot more traditional on my next hour. But on this one, I was thinking, the going down of the sun in the morning, we remember them. So that's why I've had a play on that. So I wanted it to be the sun on the top, and then even though the sun's going down, which is why it's gone darker blue, you've still got the rays of sunshine, so the memory is still there. So I wanted that as the symbolism.
That is really beautiful and poetic too, isn't it? Beautiful. So again, this is an alternative remembrance quilt too.
Yeah.
Actually, what a great way of remembering somebody special in your life too, because I think anything with poppies on, especially if it's remembrance, immediately has that bigger remembrance. You might be remembering somebody from your family that served in the armed forces, but it still has that connotation. Whereas this, I think, could very much be used to remember someone else in your family that was special too. So many different ways you can use this quilt. And of course, it could be used as the centre of a quilt that you added more.
Yeah, so this is almost like a taster of just giving it. So I've done it at this size, but if you had more fabric or big, you can make it as big as you like. So
absolutely.
But
brilliant.
The templates that are in the instructions, you can, if you wanted to, make them even longer. So you could do it even bigger.
Okay, so we can actually extend the rays.
You can extend the rays. You just make the templates a little bit longer. But obviously you will need more fabric, so you have to use your own stash.
Yes. But great to have those options. And I'll say it, doesn't Delphine constantly bring us new, exciting, innovative techniques, perhaps that we've never tried before? There's always something exciting with your designs, Delphine. Love it, love it. Speaking as another designer, I'm always inspired by what you do.
That's really kind.
Thank you gorgeous. Very much. So you're very welcome. So let's have a little look. We've got a pattern on its own, right? Let's go straight for the pattern on its own, because you might be thinking, I love that, I want to do it in these colours. Here are the instructions on their own. $9.99 for these, and you get full instructions, layout diagram. This is super important, the layout.
The layout diagram is really important, because with any designs that we come up with on the show, I especially, because I work so quickly, I do jump from one project to the next and shows, etc. So I always do a prototype. So this is my prototype. So the layout plan is your main guide throughout. Right. Nick, my husband, has done an incredible job on this.
Well done, Nick.
Yeah, thank you, lovely.
Well done, Nick.
Because obviously it's all about, there's a lot of maths involved in this one, but Nick's done it all for us. So he's calculated the Dresden to be perfect. So
I'm thinking, we heart Nick for doing the maths for us,
we do.
Don't we?
He does all the maths and all the templates, so I can't take all the credit. Nick does an incredible job.
Brilliant.
Sometimes, I'll change a pattern at the last minute, and I'm like, and he'll be up until God knows what time.
Amazing. What a team you are.
He's amazing, yeah.
But often that is what holds us back, and that is why we like a pattern, because the hard work, the maths, the difficult templates have all been worked out for us. Delphine, everything is brilliant and works beautifully. Fiona, you're making me very jealous here on Facebook. Fiona said, a Florida sunset, last seen 10 days ago. Fiona, have you just got back from a gorgeous trip?
Ooh,
making me a little bit jealous.
Yeah.
But I'm going on my own romantic trip this weekend.
Where are you going?
I'm being whisked away. I don't know.
Oh,
Charlie's
nice.
booked a special 3-night trip away.
Oh, lovely.
It's going to be lovely.
A special occasion?
We haven't had a break together for such a long time, so it's going to be lovely just to spend some quality time together.
Oh,
I don't think it's Florida though, not 3 nights.
Not for 3 days.
No. But you could make your own Florida sunset using Delphine's pattern. So details on screen are for the pattern on itself. We've also got a kit to reproduce Delphine's design exactly, and it's right in front of me right here. We'll give you the details. Charlie, the more time you say, can I have that one please? I'm not going to repeat it for Delphine. She's not giving it you.
Bless him.
It's worth a try though, eh?
Yeah.
This is the gorgeous array of fabrics. This is wonderful. They are all these lovely, soft, painterly mottles. You've got the bright yellow, you've got this beautiful rich gold, a sort of tangerine orange, a softer golden orange, that beautiful deep blue, and that sky blue last of all. So 6.5 meters of fabric, plus your full design and instructions for $29.99. That's fab. That is fab. This might get you through the autumn and winter months. If you need a ray of sunshine that you can look at every day and remember that spring and summer are on their way, this is the project, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's remember that spring and summer are on their way. Or better times.
Yeah.
Maybe you've had a challenging time. Maybe you're going through a challenging time right now and you just want something to bring that bit of golden sunshine into your life.
To cheer you up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Happy
I also
colours.
thought as well, those colours, I was in London and there was a ball at the hotel to raise funds to support people in the Ukraine.
Yeah, that's nice.
And it's got those kind
It
of
has got the
sunflower
colours.
on blue, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has got those. Yeah, I can see.
okay.
I can see the Florida sunset thing coming into it as
I
well.
can see that too.
Yeah, you could because of the sea. There's lots of different things you can do.
You know, it's what they say, isn't it, about art? It makes you... It's different things to different people. It's how you interpret it. It should make you think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. So that is our kit and our pattern for this morning. Now we have a few other bits and bobs and tools, but we'll get to those as and when we need them. Should we get straight into demo?
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Oh, I
Let's
think
do
so.
it. I'm ready to start ironing for you, Delphine.
I'm going to have the pattern.
Of course you can. Of course you
So
can.
obviously yours will be nice and glossy, not the paper type. So your placement guide here. So let me point this out first. So this is really important. So you do have the circle for the centre. Don't worry about that to start with. What you do need is to take into account that what we've done here is A, B, A, B. So A is obviously the longer blade, B is the shorter one. So I'll show you what those are. So your templates will look like this. I want you to ignore the red circle bit at the moment. So all you need to do is, if you've got a little bit of thin card or the template plastic,
Yeah.
so you probably trace these or cut them out.
Could I use freezer paper?
Could do, yeah, anything really. Anything that's going to be quite, you're going to be making quite a lot of these blades, so you want to make sure they're quite
Durable.
durable, yeah, not like the one I've used. so you've got your A and your B. So as you can see here on the A is your the dotted line here. It's like a sew line. That's going to be where you just change the colour.
Oh, okay.
So I have actually this. If you, in fact, I'm just going to carry on and then I'll come back because I want to show you the basic of how it's put together. So we've even done on the placement guide. You've even got your colour guide there as well. I have added in a little bit of white that isn't in the kit, but that's only because we've always got white, and you don't need an awful lot of it. So that's the only reason why we put that.
Agreed.
Right. Sorry, I've just got to get my bag of bits.
Oh, I love a bag of bits.
You've got to be so organised though, haven't you? Like
You really
got,
do.
I've got all these different bags of bits.
That doesn't come naturally to me, Delphine.
I'm not very organised, but the show, it forces me to be organised.
Yeah. In my studio, my organisation is the floor. It's the floor. That's my organisation. It's on the floor. If I'm working with it, it'll be there somewhere.
Yeah, it does force me to be as organised as possible. You know, because you've always got to be like the one I made earlier. And this is my pet, but, I'll try my best.
Although I also like to keep it real, because I know some of you are really super organised, but I think probably lots of us also work on the floor storage system, don't we? And they're a bit kind of scrabbling around. So sometimes it's quite nice to see designers doing the same thing.
I know, it's like my
I'll
sewing.
hand that for you.
Oh, you can do that, press me. So usually I am a really quite a tidy person. So I can't go into my sewing room with it all being carnage. I have to tidy it away every day.
Yeah.
Because I think, a nice tidy space is a happy space, and you get that.
tidy, yeah.
But then, on the other hand, if I'm mid-project and have to just walk away and leave it, I do have to just leave it as it is.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you move all your inspiration out the way and then you're like, oh,
Can't find anything.
yeah, that's it.
If you ever come to visit my studio, you will tell me first, wait, so I can tidy up. I'd be horrified if you just walked in.
But then, like you say, you're sort of like looking into your mind, aren't you?
Oh, I know, that's what I'm afraid of. You never know what you'll find.
So I'm just going to show you, because this is the one that I just quickly put together outside because I forgot my template. I left it at home in my sewing room. So fabric A and fabric B. So A is the longer one and B is the shorter blade. So to start off with, you will just lay it on top of your fabric with the end of it touching the fabric just there. And what you're going to do, because yours has got all the seam allowance and everything included, so you haven't got to add any or take any off. There we go. Let me just turn that round to make it a bit easier. Is this the rotating one?
It is. It's just not unlocked at the back.
It's not unlocked, yeah.
No.
So I just thought, oh, I could just spin it round, but never mind. Never mind. Let's put that on there. So once you've cut one, you can use the one that you've already cut to make the rest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was thinking freezer paper because you can iron that to your fabric and it won't move, even if you have to move the fabric round, it will stick. That's handy, if you like.
So as you can see there, so I've got no waste because I need a rotary cutter that's actually sharp enough. So you see, you just keep alternating. So you cut all of them to begin with just to A, and then you can trim them down as you go along. So we're doing a quilt as you go method today, which is great because it's nice and quick. So that's just a demo of how you cut them all your blades out, and that way you're going to have no waste and you're going to be able to get quite a few out of those. So I've only used probably about 4 of these yellow ones, so you will have enough to go bigger if you wanted to, or you could do a smaller one or a sample one to start with. So those are all your blades. That's how you cut them out, so I just wanted to demo that. So then we're going to come to our actual blades here. So these are the ones I made earlier.
Nice. Where's your Blue Peter badge?
I used to love watching Blue Peter.
Oh yeah. They introduced a whole generation to that sense of being prepared, didn't they?
Yeah.
The stages. We all follow it still.
So I'm just going to show you all the colours. So as you can see here, these are the 2 different sizes. So you've got A and B blades. So I'm just looking at my own colours here. So I'm looking at the temp because all the colours are exact match.
Oh, so perfect. And so the angle is the same. We don't have to worry about different angles. It's just the length.
Just the length, that's it. And it's all labelled clearly on the templates anyway. So I've got an A and a B. And then I've got another one there. Let me just, because I just want to show you how it all goes. You see, already it's starting to get that curve, you see? And where's my other ones? Have I lost one? Oh, here we are. There we go. So almost like 5 of these blades form the block, if that makes sense.
Yep.
So
love all those different yellows and oranges together as well.
So as you can see, so if you were thinking of it as like a normal 12-inch standard block, this would be your block. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
So that's like your segment. So this is beginner level.
Okay. On
this is confident beginner, as we say. So, and as you can see, we're going short, long, short, long, short, long, all the way along.
Are we joining them together like that, or do we have to add the ends?
We're going to add the ends now.
Okay, cool.
So, and then you can just keep repeating. I just wanted to show that you just keep repeating the pattern.
Yep.
Like so. But as you can also see, because we're keeping that pattern of all the blades going in the one direction, repeating the colours, they will change in lengths ever so slightly. So yeah, I know that's going off screen because I forgot to put it on. So that's like that. Right.
Okay.
And then you've got your ends. Now there is going to be a bit of wastage on this because if I said cut everyone down to different angles as it goes round,
there'll be 20 or 30 different templates.
It will just confuse you so much. So I've not done it that way. I've done it in a nice, easy way.
Yeah. We're just going to square it up when it's all pieced.
Yeah.
Perfect.
But then you can carry on making more blades out of your waste
It isn't
anyway.
waste if it has a purpose like that, is it?
Exactly.
That's not being wasteful. It would be wasteful of my time to have to cut all those different angles first.
So yeah, you'll be in a whole
They
world
wouldn't
of
line
pain.
up anyway, would they? If you tried piecing all that
No.
together. Oh, that is gorgeous. I love it already.
There we go. So, like that. So, for example, that's how it's all going to go together. See? Really, really simple. So, because if I just put this ruler on here of where you'll be squaring it up, it will be about like that. So you can see all of this here will be wasted, but it's not wasted because you can carry on using it again throughout the quilt.
Yeah.
So don't feel like, oh, you know, I'm doing all those big pieces. You're not. If anything, you're helping yourselves out because you've already made them shorter for the next piece.
Got you. Yes, so this longer piece down here, you would use that on the next segment, on the next block.
So it just, you're going to save
cool.
all this extra
Yeah.
fabric. You're not going to use it. So all you need to do now is sew the segments together.
Okay.
So right sides together. Again, I've already thought about all the seam allowance and everything. That's all done. So don't have to think about adding any or moving the fabric around in any such way.
No problem.
So with a 1/4 inch seam, you're going to just sew all these together.
And already I'm seeing that because each of those strips is offset, when we sew them together, we've no seams to match,
No.
which
So
we
if-
like.
Oh, I'm sewing in my shoes. I don't usually sew in my shoes.
Oh gosh, take them off.
I usually do. Actually.
Yeah, take them
Oh,
off.
I've got hot feet.
Yeah.
Can't
Ooh,
sew
you've
in
shrunk.
shoes. Do you sew in shoes? I have to have better.
Not at home, no.
No, I can't do it.
I don't like barefoot though. I have to have socks to sew.
Yeah.
I like being barefoot, but not to sew with. I'd put socks on for the pedal.
It's like in the winter if I've got my slippers on, but I have to take a slipper off. You know, there'll just be one slipper. I bet
yeah.
I'm not the only person that does that.
Oh,
but-
every class I've ever taught has got a barefoot sewer.
Yeah.
And the barefoot sewer always tells me at the start, or asks me at the start, do you mind if I take my shoes off, you know? Because I'm like, whatever you do to make yourself feel comfortable,
well, yeah.
just relax,
Why
enjoy.
would anyone mind?
Yeah, well, you know,
Oh, well, I suppose. It's always...
I don't mind. I'm very free and easy, libertarian.
Oh, that's just moved then when I've sewn it, but never mind.
Okay, what do you want? What do you want?
If you can just press them, they don't have to be perfect.
Anyway, towards the blue.
Wherever you like, Stuart.
Oh.
If you
Oh
want.
no, give me solid
Go
instructions,
towards
please.
the blue.
Thank you.
I'll carry on doing these ones.
All right then, no problem.
But yeah, some of the my cuttings, I've done some of the prep out there, so it's a bit frayed. Oh dear.
I was thinking as well, I was looking at the wall hanging, thinking actually just a section of these blades sewn together and squared up would make the most incredible panels for a bag.
Yeah, they would, wouldn't they? Yeah, really good idea. I was also thinking when you were saying about memory, I've years ago I made a quilt made of ties.
Oh, yes.
But you have to be careful how they don't all have the same width, and obviously if they're out by just a bit, you lose the shape of the blade.
Oh gosh, yes.
Because if you can see on mine, it's not just a complete circle. So we've
No.
done it. So the bottom there, it's almost like the razor go out longer, almost extend out.
Yes.
But yeah, I didn't realise how much interfacing I had to put on those ties to keep them stable.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Yeah. It looked nice though.
Yeah, they're amazing pieces of work, but yes, I always sort of twitch slightly when someone mentions memory quilts because they're always a mixture of fabrics, different amounts of stretch, like you say, different widths.
I used to just interface everything.
Yeah.
And then it's choosing the correct interfacing for each one, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what I used to do before I started.
Oh, memory quilts.
That was what I did, yeah.
Oh.
And bears and all of that, you know.
I love a bear. Oh, could you mind just clicking that one as well? Done half a job, Delphine Brooks.
Oh, well, I haven't done a very good bit of sewing on it. Okay, so you're going to have to make sure that you cut your wadding quite square because you want to have that sharp edge so you can see. I think I've done about 30-inch square.
Oh yes, of course. You said this is quilt as you go.
Yeah.
So just for anybody who's uninitiated, what does that mean?
So quilt as you go. 'Cause usually we create our quilt top. Yeah, we'll piece all these dressings together, and then you'll quilt it with your quilt sandwich with your wadding and your backing on. But what we're going to be doing is cutting all that out and we're going straight to the sewing. So we're going to piece and quilt at the same time.
So we're going to sew our blades together to our wadding.
Yeah.
Awesome. So we don't have to quilt it then, or we don't have to do much quilting.
No, I mean, you know what I'm like. I always tend to go over the top with quilting it.
Love it.
But I haven't on this one. I thought I'll just keep it to the colours, you know, speak for themselves almost.
Yeah.
So you'll start off, you know, you're going to think you're going to start off at the top. You're not. You're going to start off at the side. So we're actually going to be starting on, it's all in the pattern as well, of exactly where you need to start. So I'm just, that's all right. You can see that's a fault. Oh, in fact, I can move over a bit, can't I? You can see that.
That ruler. Do you still need the ruler?
Yes, I will.
Yeah. You just shout when you need it.
So it's all in the pattern, but you're going to start off with this blade. I think it's about 3 inches away from the end. So you need to find the centre fabric, sorry, the centre of your wadding. So again, it's all in the pattern of exactly where it needs to be. So you're going to start off on the side here. The reason why we're starting off a bit lower is because, as you can see, what I was mentioning earlier, I wanted the rays at the bottom to be a bit wide, go out a bit on a different angle. So you've got like the happy sun, and then in the evening one, it just goes out and spreads out a little bit wider. That's why I've done it like that. So first of all, piece one already in place. I haven't done anything else to it. Then you're going to keep an eye on your placement guide and choose your next blade, which will be this one here. So when you come to piece them together, you want to make sure that they're going to join up on this end. So you don't want them staggered.
Right.
You make, because that said, you've done all that with your template. That's all been done. So then, right sides together, and then we're going to sew the 1/4 inch seam down that line. But I am going to put a quick pin in it.
I was going to say, this is one time you will pin, I'm sure. A few messages while you do that. Julie's got in touch. Morning, Sewing Street is cheering me up today. My 82-year-old mum and I have both tested positive for COVID. So feeling quite poorly. Hasn't stopped me shopping though. Oh, well, we're glad that we've got something here to cheer you up, and love to you both. Oh, Teresa's got in touch. Good morning, Stuart and Delphine. The pattern is just gorgeous. Barefoot Sewer here, making Alfred the Elf today. Almost finished the first of 3.
Oh, wow.
Sue's got in touch. I always apologise for being barefoot in class. She says, I have feet like a hobbit. Oh, I bet you don't. And Bernadette's got in touch. Morning, Bernadette. Good morning, both. Great to see you on together. A fab demo. And yes, Stuart, I think this design would be fantastic as a large bag. Much love, Bernadette.
Ah, a nice bunch, aren't they?
Wonderful, wonderful.
So I'm using, I'm not using a 1/4 inch foot, only because I'm going straight on top of the wadding, but I'm doing it a 1/4 inch seam. Also, if you're not perfect, if it's not completely straight, don't worry about it.
No.
It doesn't matter, does it?
Good. Because this will be a new technique for a lot of people, sewing straight to the wadding.
Yeah.
I suppose it's a different kind of foundation piecing, because your wadding is the foundation that you're sewing to.
So
You've run out of bobbin.
Oh, I have, haven't I? Oh no.
Do you know, it always happens.
I thought I'd redone it on it. Oh, I know why. It's because I carried on sewing that quilt yesterday.
Oh.
Oh no.
Best laid plans.
I'll quickly.
You wind a bobbin up. I'll just quickly whiz through what else we've got over here.
Oh, lovely. There you go. It was meant to be.
It was meant to be.
Yeah.
It was meant to be. So we've got a kit for the whole wall hanging. It's a really good size. What size is it, Delphine?
My finished size is 28 inch square.
28 inch square. Gorgeous. So it's already a really decent size, but you can extend it if you want to. $29.99 gets you the pattern and 6.5 meters of fabric, and they're all beautiful, mottled, almost like sort of watercolor painted look to them. when you see them next to the wall, isn't that stunning? Delphine's had a little bit of white from her stash, just solid white, which I think, yeah, it's fair to say we've all got, really. But it doesn't matter if you haven't, you've got enough fabric there to do it all in the golds and the yellows and blues. You get your all-important instructions, your placement guide as well, all for £29.99. Now, if you would like the pattern on its own, you can also get that too. We'll show you the details for that. It's £9.99, full instructions, placement guide as well, and then delve into your stash. Yeah, about 6.5 meters of fabric in total. But Delphine, if we wanted to go more fabric, more choice, we could put more in.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it would look quite nice as a rainbow as well.
Oh, you know me.
Wow. Nice rainbow
favourite colour.
colours.
Yeah. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Amanda sent a lovely message in. Oh, Amanda, this is a lovely message. Remembrance Day to me is always a bit more sentimental, as my grandma died on the 11th of November.
Aww.
Yeah, that just so you have really personal memories of that. I don't know, does it become easier as time progresses? I don't know. Funnily enough, I was thinking this morning that it's a year since Dad died, and then I thought, no, April next year, it's 2 years.
Crikey.
How can that be?
It goes so fast.
It really does fly away with us, yeah. But yeah, a beautiful remembrance quilt this, whether it's for Remembrance Day with the setting of the sun, we will remember them, or you remembering someone dear to you, or celebrating somebody too. It's not always about remembering, it could be about celebrating someone's achievements.
I think, and also this would be nice in if you've, favourite baby colours for a nursery.
Oh yeah.
Because it could also be, it's not just a memory, it could also be like new beginning.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Well, I was thinking as well, it was making me think about like Noah's Ark. And sort of after the rains and the sun came out and dried up all the rain. Oh no, that's Incy Wincy Spider. I'm always getting those two muddled up. But yeah, the sun did come out, didn't it? Yeah. And kind of that new beginning as well. So, I've got, who's that singing? Annie, the sun will come out tomorrow in my ear. I'm going to take this earpiece out in a minute.
Who's singing?
Who is that? Is that Charlie? He has got the voice of an angel, though, it's true.
Oh, bless him. They're a lovely bunch, aren't they? So as you can see there, I've done a short one and a long one. And I've just pressed it down. So there you go. I've sewn it into place already.
Great. So we don't need backing fabric on there.
You can. It's a nicer feel, but I just thought it would just be easier to just do it like this.
Okay,
But you can.
but then we do back the quilt.
I backed it.
Yeah?
Yeah. But
So-
again, just to tidy anything up.
So if you wanted to, you could put your backing on at this stage, 505 it, and then actually so it would quilt all the way through all the layers.
All the way go, really quick project, put a bit of binding on it, or bag it out. Well, you could bag it out with some other fabric.
Yeah,
And
yeah. Yeah, perfect.
So then I'm just adding my next blade, but remember, always make sure that these points meet up, because you want to make sure that you get the correct shape. So I'll do a few more, and then I'll show you how you make it from beginners, which is this version, to a more advanced option.
But it's fair to say, Delphine, that if you were any level of quilter and you took that along to Guild or Show the Family or whatever, everyone's going to be impressed. Even at this, what you would call the beginner level, it's impressive.
Because just having this as a, those colours, like I said, you've got plenty of the colours to just do the whole thing. So you could just keep it like this. Just take that out.
Well, again, making different versions, there's so many different ways this could be interpreted.
Yeah, loads. And that's why I've said go off the placement guide, because I've done lots of different ideas in the other one, which I'm going to go on to show you in a minute. I'll just get a few of these sewn on so you can start to see the shape.
Oh, you see now I looked at that and I thought, what would Deputy Joan do? And I'll tell you what I think Deputy Joan would do. Deputy Joan, if you're watching, feel free to disagree. I think when we said about Florida Sunshine, Joan sometimes does where she puts silhouette appliques. What about a palm tree
Oh,
in a black
nice.
silhouette.
Yeah, that would look lovely. Yeah.
If it was more of like holiday memories
of
or
a
something
fun
like
one,
that,
yeah.
yeah, you could do that, couldn't you? And she'll do silhouette animals as well.
Yeah, it's the perfect backdrop for that, isn't it? Or even like a little mountain in between the blue and
Mountains.
there
Yeah.
we go.
From sea to shining sea. Yeah, so much you can do. It's a great finish point, starting point.
So there you go. Next piece.
So you're always lining up that narrower end.
Always narrow on that narrow end.
Sorry, love, you're having to do your own pressing. This is outrageous.
Oh, no, it's fine.
No, I'll get the sack, Delphine, if I please give it back.
Oh, you are funny. So this is where I'm starting to come off the page a bit now. There we go.
Oh, Gail's come up with a lovely idea. Gail's in Herefordshire. This would make a fab family tree alternative with names on the blades.
Yeah, that's a nice idea.
Yeah, machine embroidered, hand embroidered. Cool idea, Gail. I get so inspired by being around other creative people.
You're very creative. Some of the stuff you showed me this morning was
Oh, bless
just
you, thank
beautiful.
you. But honestly, I really found that when we were all locked down, I was running out of creativity, and I knew quite early on it was because I wasn't around other creative people. When I do interviews and things, one of the most common questions I get asked is, who's your inspiration? And I always assume that when I'm asked that question, people want me to say, I don't know, a designer, whatever. And I always say my community, the other quilters, other sewers, but they are my inspiration. Because they're still their ideas. No, I'm joking. No, but like I've just been at Ali Pally at the Knit and Stitch. You were there too.
Yeah.
And I was looking at what people were wearing, the bags that people had got over their shoulders. All the people's knitwear.
I get inspired by really random
Just chatting.
things. Yeah.
Do you?
Oh yeah, all the time.
What's the most random thing that's ever inspired you?
A back of a bus, not a bus, lorry.
I love it. Yes, I've done that too.
Some of the logos, I'm like, that
Yes,
looks amazing.
yes.
Yeah, I think a back of a lorry on the M40.
And I think this would be a bad time to try sketching. Just try and remember it.
Yeah, I've lost one of my fingers.
Oh, what colour?
This one.
Have
I've lost one.
you stitched it twice? Because there is that colour already. Here, look.
Oh yeah, I haven't lost anything. I've lost my marbles.
Oh, bless.
That's all I've lost. Where's the other one?
This is why we have to be organised, isn't it? I'm a bit like this.
I know, and like I said, I'm not. I'll just quickly I'll quickly put another one on there.
Yeah. I'm ready to press.
Ready to press. So that one's
Yeah.
just a bit shorter, but it doesn't matter. I'll trim it off. Save me cutting a smaller one.
Yeah.
So if we press, then I'll just trim.
Yeah, of
Press
course.
and trim. There we go. I mean, like I said, I've just done it as according to the placement guide, but you can do it in any colour way you want. I've tried to do it so it's like dark light, only because I'm a bit funny like that. Do you know what I mean? So it's like the different shades.
Did you say you need to trim that first, or are you just going to go for it? I love you. Nah.
This is me. I just make it up as I go.
Oh, I'd love to come and spend the day with you in your studio.
You are more than welcome anytime.
I could do the ironing and the tidying.
You certainly can.
I'll make the tea.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Just to watch how you work. I love it.
You know I don't live far from here, Stuart. You're more than welcome anytime.
I'll just pitch up. I'll bring a suitcase.
You bring cake.
Oh yeah.
I need to have some of the lemon drizzle cake.
Of course you do. It's in the shape of a cathedral.
It's what's it called? It's a bunt cake. I entered a competition years and years ago doing like a local village bunt cake.
Yeah.
But they wanted it so it was you had to do it in a loaf tin,
Right.
not like a circle one.
Okay.
And the mayor came
Is that still a bunt?
Well, it said in the brief it has to be in a tin.
Right.
So there must be another name for it. I can't remember, but it had to be this shape. But then the mayor came to judge this competition, I think I did like a lemon drizzle with like a little bit of lavender in it.
I've done lemon drizzle.
Yeah, and I put like a bit of lavender in it, and I decorated it all nice or whatever. And then the mayor didn't realise that the competition was had to be in a tin, and so the winner had used one of those tins, but it was like a honeycomb shape.
Oh,
and I remember everyone was
outrage.
Yeah,
I can tell actually. There's still. You're still carrying a little bit of that trauma with you now, aren't you?
Yeah, it was quite upsetting.
Here for you. We'll talk later. Oh no, I love their Nordic ware bunt tins. I've got loads. It's my guilty pleasure. And this is a buntlet pan. So there are 4 different shapes and wood, because actually it's better. Like I'll make 2 of those before I come away, bring 1 for the crew and leave 1 for Charlie. And it's not a massive cake, it's just a bit of cake.
Nice. Yeah.
Otherwise it's too much, isn't it, for one person?
I know there's a cutting mat underneath here, but sorry, you didn't see that bit.
No, we didn't see that bit.
So you just keep carrying on and on and on until it goes all the way around.
So that's beginner level.
This is beginner level, just sticking to your simple blades.
Yeah.
Now we're going to go and do it a little bit harder. So if you wanted a little bit more, so this is just trying to giving you something so you can be a little bit more creative. So you can see on the one that I've already done, I wanted it to. My little idea was making it look a little bit bargello, but without a bargello.
Yeah. So we've got multiple different pieces of fabric making up the blades, which is really cool.
Yeah.
Not all of them as well. There are some which are the standard.
Yeah, I just wanted to give it a little bit of a mix.
Yeah. I love that.
Because there's enough fabric for you to do. You can play around with it. You could even do half of it in just straight blades, the way I've done the beginner one, or you can go on to doing like all the little sections.
Yeah.
And you can see at the bottom, I've actually incorporated some blues as well, so it's almost like more of a sunset. So it's to give you ideas to try something different. So even though you've got the same pattern, unless you want to stick exactly to
which you can,
it will still look amazing. You can already see that this looks really pretty already. Or just try you something a bit new, or you know, everyone has got their own little ideas.
It's a bit of fabric, isn't it? Have a go.
Yeah, so I want to show you how I did that. So that's
no problem. I'll take this away for you for a sec.
So you're going to need, where's all my bits and pieces? Here we go. So you're going to have, so I took, for example, 4 of my strips. So there should be another one there somewhere. There we go. So I think these are about 2 1/4 inches, something like that in width. So you want to make sure that they're all the exact same size, like that. Okay, so all you're going to do is sew them right sides together in whatever order you like. So I might need your ironing skills again in a minute.
Oh yeah, no problem.
So. There we go, and I'll have another one here.
It's a powerful machine you use.
Oh, she's beautiful. But did you see how effortlessly she did that? There was no banging or shaking around on the table.
The Elna Excellent 720 Pro, by the way. We haven't got it on the show, but I just mentioned that. Yeah, we do sometimes have it on air, don't we?
Yeah. Yeah, I was at Ali Pali on last week, and we bumped into Jane from Elna.
Oh yeah,
she's a sweetheart.
Yeah,
she really is.
Beautiful. Love Elna's. Great machines.
Like I said, I've never had any problems with it.
No, so sturdy. It's all metal as well, isn't it?
Yeah, rock solid. But no, never had any problems with it at all. Especially if you think about how, well, like yourself, you know, you're just constantly sewing all the time.
That's right. What do the young folks now say? Hench. It's a hench machine,
it is
isn't
very
it?
hench.
Hench. bit like our director Charlie. He's hench.
Yeah, this is my warrior, my little sewing warrior.
I'm more like Mrs. Hinch, but he's hench.
She's got her own brand of products
I know.
and stuff.
Done very well for herself.
She certainly has.
Why not? Although I've got to be honest with you, the older I get, the less and less I feel inclined to do cleaning. So, you know,
Oh, I know.
It's not really my bag anymore. I used to be really into, you know, everything had to be neat, tight. Now I just think, oh, bigger issues.
Yeah, well, that's it. It's but the thing is, before I started working full time and the boys were little,
Yeah.
you know, I had the time to do it all now, all that then. But now I work full time. Nick works full time, but I still think.
Do you want all those seams
yes,
pressed?
please.
Any particular way, or just
all once a while?
whatever I feel,
Well,
whatever I feel like.
Whatever you feel, and I still think he sometimes expects me to. What's the saying? Work like I've got no kids and parent like I've got no job.
Oh gosh, I've never heard that saying before.
You know,
sounds horrific.
Because obviously being a mum and being a parent in general, and you know, with little boys and you know little ones and running a house and then making sure you've got, you know, the meals all prepped every day. It's quite hard, isn't it?
Yeah, wow, I imagine so. Yeah.
So definitely over the last 6 months or so, we've definitely got a bit more prepared.
Yeah.
So I tend to do bulk cooking on a Sunday.
Do you?
You know, so I'll have, you know, a spag bowl chilli in the freezer, or making you more use of my slowing cooker.
Yeah.
So I've been.
Charlie did the most amazing boeuf bourguignon.
Oh, nice. When you cook it for like hours and hours.
Lovely.
I did a nice soup the other day actually, and I left it cooking overnight. I did a roasted, not roasted, I did a slow cooked tomato soup.
Wow.
In my slow cooker, and it
That
must have been
sounds full
on
of
for like
flavour.
I made so much of it. I was giving it away to my friends and everything because I made so much.
I didn't get any, by the way, everybody.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
But no, and then so we're good at you know, halving the jobs now. So Nick does the washing. He's very good at folding.
Okay,
so I don't have to iron as much.
Good, yeah. Right.
But yeah, there we are. Perfectly done.
I hope so.
It's beautiful. There we go. So on this one, I've used it on the bottoms of the blades, but you could use it at the top of the blades or in the middle. That's what. Let me go back to the pattern. He's just nodding at me, like, yeah.
No, I get it. I get it. No, it's really clever. Really clever.
So that's why, obviously I haven't put these all together.
That dotted line.
So that's why you could use these here to make smaller or middle sections and sew them together. So I'll show you what I mean. Where's my bit of paper gone?
Your trusty bit of paper.
It's all right, I'll use one of these. So again.
Oh, it's on the floor.
Oh.
Come here.
Oh, thank you. Don't need
There.
it now anyway.
Oh.
But after all that.
After all my effort, honestly, in gratitude for you.
So once you've cut your first one, you can take your cut piece.
Okay. Oh, I'm liking this. Teresa says we should both have a read of the poem Dust If You Must. I'm liking the sound of that already, Teresa.
I think
Dust If You Must.
Since I've been out in my sewing room though, it's because the fabric dust gets everywhere.
That is true,
it?
yeah.
So I'm not doing it's nowhere near as dirty as it was.
No.
I'm not dirty, you know, my house isn't dirty. But yeah, it's all the fabric dust stuff that used to be really bad.
I come round like Aggie. Do you remember she used to go round on How Clean Is Your House, running her finger along the top, do the white glove test. Honestly, definitely not.
The worst bit for dust is we've got those shutters downstairs.
Ah.
And they collect dust.
Like the shutter, like wooden shutters.
Yeah, but they're the ones that you just sort of like push down.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Yeah, so obviously every single level of those create dust. So there you go. So you've got all your bits and pieces. So you can do, if you wanted to, the whole thing like this. But this is what I mean. I'm giving you a taster of different ideas. So there you go. So then you've got an alternate mix. of blades.
So sort of strata almost, aren't they? Oh, lovely.
And then you could take one of your existing blades. This is, I haven't trimmed this off because I haven't got, I have got A and B and C on there. So this is one of my blades already. I'm just going to put it on, say that one there. I would have trimmed this because I haven't cut out the C and D template, but you've got the template, so I'm just doing it by eye.
But you're trimming the outside edge anyway, aren't you? So,
Yeah.
I mean, there's a bit of leeway there.
Yeah.
And then I'll just press that for you.
And then I'll just put a little, so you've got another blade there, and then I've got, there we go, I'll just cut that off.
There's 7 minutes left on the hour. There we go.
Oh, lovely. And could I have the quilt back, please?
Yeah, absolutely. There we go.
Lovely. And then, as you can see on this next one, so if we were sticking to the short, long, short, long, short, long, I know this is another yellow one, but I've just picked it up. So we're going to go for a long one, so you'll trim it with your... I'm all over the shop today. Messy. So yeah,
Well, I'm seeing the
it is.
Delphine Brooks organisational system in action. I'm impressed, I tell you.
It's terrible, isn't it? Oh,
It's
dear.
words coming back to haunt you.
Oh. I'm not organised.
No, but in your own space you are, whether you look like it or not.
And it's carnage, yeah.
Yes.
And you know where everything is, but on here,
Yeah.
because you've got the small space, and you know, because at home I've got, you know, you've got your sewing area, your ironing area, and so sewing telly is very different to real life.
It is very
isn't it?
different to real life. It really is. I was in my studio yesterday, long arming for the afternoon. Oh, it was lovely. It was just great to get back in there.
It's nice to just sit and have that, you know, I just have like a podcast or audio book on, and you just lose yourself in your own imagination.
Yeah. We've talked about this before. You like a podcast, don't you?
I like a
True
podcast
crime.
and an audio book. I'm really into all the Joy Ellis books at the moment. I've nearly completed one of the series. But you find yourself, you get quite, does this sound really random? Like attached to the characters? Like
Of course
they're
it
real
doesn't
life?
sound random. I get that totally.
So it's like, oh, I need to find out, I need to listen to the next book to see if Marie lives, you know.
Yeah,
you get
yeah.
quite...
Or there are some books where I don't want to finish them
Yeah.
because I don't want to let go of the characters, or I just am enjoying the book so much I don't want it to end.
Yeah, I completely understand that. That's exactly the way I am as well. Because the... sorry, I'll just pin that one. Yeah, so it's like when I listen to an audiobook, at the end, the man always says, you know, you've been listening to Audible, you know, hope you've enjoyed this podcast or whatever. And I'm like, I did enjoy that one. I find myself talking to her.
He can't hear you, Delphine.
And then, you know, in like there's twists and turns in the
Oh
book.
gosh, yeah.
And then you're listening to it and it's like, it's so and so. I'm like, they can't hear me. What am I shouting for?
I know. I love Miss Marple.
Oh,
I do love Miss
yeah.
Marple. And the books, you can get the books read by Joan Hickson, who for me just embodied Miss Marple. And she's reading the books, and it's just such a joy to hear that wonderful voice. And she does all the different characters as well. She's brilliant.
There we go. So that gives you an idea of doing something a little bit different. So again,
We all think that John should do an audiobook version of Threads of Life.
Oh, he should, shouldn't he?
Shouldn't he?
Yeah, definitely.
Chapter 4.
Yeah, that was a good impression. There we go. So,
$9.99.
so then you can just keep adding to it, and you can mix up even
I
with the
love
blues.
that. Yeah, it's the mixture of both techniques.
It is. So I've done it. So this more beginner level on this side, and then you can go up to a bit more of an intermediate level. You could even change the different widths of the squares.
Yeah.
You could have them longer, you could have them thinner, you can have different strips, you could incorporate a different colour in there. So just
I'm thinking
have
as well
play.
if you'd got a little bit of gold lame or a bit of bronzy lame,
Oh,
just a
nice.
little bit of strip here and there tucked in.
Yeah.
Would you approve?
Yeah, I 100% approve, yeah. So yeah, that's so very simple, basic idea, or mix in some extra. So the only other thing is I need to mention is the circle.
Right.
Where's my template again?
Your templates are all here.
So I've taken into account as well, everyone's sewing machines, everyone sews maybe with a different width, or you might not have a 1/4 inch foot, or you might be more comfortable sewing it, you know, with a wider seam. So that is still fine. You will still get that circle shape, but it might affect the centre circle. So we have given you a template here. I don't know if you're able to see this on the overhead, but you see this circle here, this half circle. You're going to see this like other half of it, the corner of the circle, if you like. All you'll do is when you trace it, you've also got to like almost like attach that to the end so it's a full circle. Does that make sense? Because it's quite large.
Got you.
You see what I mean? So it's almost like that's folded in. So
I can see what you mean.
Yeah.
So you mirror that out
Yeah.
to complete your circle.
Yeah.
Understood.
So we've done it quite large. So we've done it as a 1/4 circle because obviously you'd fold your fabric in half and then half again. So you do it as a 1/4, you cut it out and you get one big circle. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
So we've done it quite large, so it will fit.
There's a bit of leeway.
There's a bit of leeway.
And then do you bond web that?
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
bonder webbed it and then just blanket stitch around the top.
Perfect, yeah.
So, and that's why I wanted you to keep this quite tidy, so it doesn't all come underneath the sun. So otherwise, if you wanted to choose to use like the yellow, for example, rather than the orange, you don't want it to see under there.
To show through.
You don't want it
No,
to show
I get
through.
that,
So
absolutely.
So that's why if you keep that edge really tidy. And another way is a fan, what I tend to use quite a lot whenever I'm doing circles, is just the pen and thread technique. Do you ever use that?
No, tell me more.
Okay, right. So if
You've got a minute to explain
so
it.
if I've got a pen anywhere, so or a bit of tape, so that will do. I can hold it.
Yes. Oh, okay.
I tend to do this a lot when I make circles because it's just really easy, and you don't need to anything fancy. You don't.
Okay.
So imagine I've taped the pen.
Yeah.
To a
bit of
little
masking tape.
To a bit of thread, and you lay that out. So you choose so for the distance. So say if I wanted the centre of the circle to be about here.
Yeah.
But you wanted the circle to start here, what you'll tend to do is if you keep the tension nice and tight, don't use cotton, use a thicker string, and then you're going to get a circle shape. You can do it all the
and
way.
what a great way of marking your quilting lines, because actually you could mark these and quilt them all, couldn't you?
Yep.
Some closer together, some further apart.
Yeah. So all you need is thread and a friction pen and a steady
Delphine.
hand.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Just really simple technique, so you don't have to rely on templates all the time.
Totally
Just
agree.
A bit of string and a friction pen, and then you, like you say, you can extend it and go wider, and then that's another way of quilting. Great way to quilt a negative space on a quilt as well.
It really.
Yeah. So you don't need a long arm. You just need a string and a friction pen.
More inspiration. We love you, Delphine. Thank you for all your
problem.
top tips, your great designs. Another fabulous one
Thank
from
you.
Delphine Brooks, isn't it? We'll see you at 12.
12 o'clock.
Awesome. We're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, Suzie Duncan will be here with her second project. It's that gorgeous cave quilt that's been hanging behind us for the last few hours. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm the soft craft expert for Crafter's Companion. I come from London and I've been sewing pretty much all my life. I particularly enjoy doing embroidery. I'm really keen on that, but my background is dressmaking and also sort of patchwork and quilting. So I do an awful lot of sewing for all sorts of different things. I suppose once you start sewing, you start doing lots of other kinds of sewing. So particularly got into needlepoint during lockdown, but I suppose embroidery is probably my real passion. My mum was a costume designer, so we were always sort of surrounded by bits of fabric and material and ribbons and that kind of thing. And I was always making teddies and my dolls' clothes as a small child. So it was just something that was quite natural. And in fact, I've got so used to being able to sew, it's just become a natural sort of part of what I do. I'm always fiddling around with fabric, as my husband puts it, making something new, trying something out. Always measure twice, cut once. I'm a great one for not doing that, and I always regret it. And making sure that you've got an iron to hand is really important. I use a tiny little, sort of almost like a travel iron that I have right next to my desk when I'm working, so it doesn't take up too much space.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Hi there, welcome back to Sewing Street. Those few minutes whiz by, don't they? Not really enough time to make a cup of tea, but I hope you have got one. Now, I'm just thinking of myself now. I would really like a cup of tea, but you know, I'm just going to put it out there into the universe. You never know. You've got to do that, haven't you, sometimes?
Yeah, I did offer.
Look at that fabulous, fabulous guest there standing in front of a quilt. It's Suzie Duncan, everyone. And also look at that fabulous quilt that's hanging behind her.
It is glorious, isn't it?
I mean, I love a rainbow.
Yeah.
And I do love a bit of Kaffe.
Yeah.
And I love foundation piecing. But even if you don't, you're going to show us how.
And it is super easy.
It's super easy.
As long as you can follow a line.
And you actually said to me earlier on this would be a great quilt if you've never done foundation paper piecing.
I think so, because they're not really small pieces, and the way the pattern is written, you're using rectangles to piece.
And you get the cut sizes for those.
Absolutely. So you've not got to try and figure out how to do that.
No guesswork.
So it is really good to do.
And it's an absolute celebration of colour, isn't it? It's Kaffe's creative chart quilt, and it really does celebrate colour and graphic pattern, and it's got almost a sort of mosaic or stained glass window feel. Now it's an absolutely beautiful quilt kit with 15 different fabrics in it, well over 12 meters of fabric. There is a lot of fabric in this kit for that price, $199.99. Now you can take split pays on that. We have got, how many split pays is that? I can't quite see. 3 split pays, thank you, of £66.66. So you only remember, if you've never used split pay before, no credit checks, nothing like that. You don't have to answer any questions. And you don't have to pay all of them to get your quilt kit. You pay one payment, $66.66, plus your postage and packing if it's your first purchase today, and then we'll send you the quilt kit out. Get cracking. You well have it pieced by the time the second payment comes out of your bank account, just next month and the month after, and then you're done. Now inside your kit you're getting absolutely every scrap of fabric that you will need to create this amazing quilt. Oh, do you know there's so much fabric in there I can't get the sleeve off. It is absolutely wedged full. Now you get your full instructions to make the quilt. That's the photograph on the front. On the back you've got that placement diagram, so you can see you're actually going to piece your blocks into rows that then go together on point, what we call an on point setting. So perfectly easy to do. You're just sewing in diagonal rows, and then inside you've got your foundation that you're going to use. Okay, so as Suzie said, nice easy foundation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are your seam lines, really nice and straightforward, nothing hard there. And then I'm going to have to use both hands. And I work out, Suzie, and I can't pick that up with one hand.
There is a lot of fabric.
There is a lot of fabric. Oh, now that,
it's just such a happy bundle.
Look, merry birthday, anniversary, Christmas.
Yeah.
Oh, whatever you celebrate or nothing at all, happy Wednesday.
Exactly, and you get the ribbon as well.
Oh, that is lush, just gorgeous. All these lovely colours, all these beautiful fabrics. It is a rainbow of fabrics, which is my favourite colour in the world. Plus you get these. Now where are we going to use that?
Which what, where?
The grey polka dot.
The grey polka dot appears in your foundation paper piece.
Oh yeah, and the grey solid.
Yeah.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah, so that's in all of those. You just change your middle bit.
I got to be honest, that feels like quite a generous amount of fabric for that piecing.
You are going to have leftovers.
You get, generous amounts of fabric, which I think is lovely.
Yeah. But it means that you can do matching cushion covers, or you could do extra blocks to put on the back, so you can make a reversible quilt.
Oh, what a great idea. Look at all that lovely fabric. It is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. A gorgeous gift for yourself, maybe. A very lovely Christmas, birthday, anniversary gift. If you've got something like that coming up in your household or in your family, and the person that you're buying for is a quilter, every colour covered. Beautiful.
I just think in the dark winter evenings, having that over your lap will just make you happier.
Oh, it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous.
It will make you smile.
It really will. It really will.
Love
and for many, many reasons, I do feel this is the year of the blankie, isn't it? And the quilt, and the cover-up. So you know.
Yeah. So it's a great opportunity to practice skills, do something different, but also snuggle up and.
Yeah, and celebrate colour.
Yes, absolutely.
Completely gorgeous. Yeah. Completely gorgeous. Thank you, Kaffe, for your creative chart quilt kit. Okay, so that's our main focus. Now, I'll just mention while we're here, we have got some backing fabrics which would be completely suitable for this. We've got a backing bundle. Oh, okay. Before we do that, oh, nice. Thank you very much. Oh, okay. Okay. Little £20 saving on the quilt kit. Very nice. Thank you, Producer Ben. Thank you, Producer Ben. Yeah. Oh, I say.
That's a bit good.
The boss just happened to be in the gallery.
Excellent.
And said, "Oh,
let's just have a
take £20 off. Why not?
Fabulous.
It's Thursday.
Yes.
Why not? Oh,
Wonderful.
Hayley, you can come in more often.
Yeah.
We love you.
But that means that you
excellent.
can get your backing fabric with the saving.
Absolutely. Let's save £20 on the backing. So we've got a bundle of solid black. Now this would just go in my stash anyway, whether I'm making that quilt or not. 3 meters of black solid fabric. This is regular width. Black solid, £20.74. If you've just bought the Kaffe Fassett Creative Chart quilt, you've just saved yourself £20. So why not buy 3 meters of black solid for an extra 74p?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it'd be perfect.
Yeah.
And it follows because you've got black as your binding within
And that's
the
included
kit.
in the kit, isn't it?
Yeah, so you could then use your leftover fabrics to do a fancy Nancy border.
Oh yeah.
So you've got that bright edge or some orphan blocks. And then have your black as your bigger sashing widths.
I just want to do a fancy Nancy anything just because it sounds
I know,
lovely.
it sounds good, doesn't it?
Sounds really lovely.
Yeah.
So that's our black. You will need to piece that 3 pieces together for your backing. Now, alternatively, you could use an extra wide. Let's start off with OJ42. This would work. Now we've gone for kind of blacks and greys for backing fabrics for this quilt to counter and complement all that beautiful colour. This is extra wide. This is tumbling blocks, which is just a super cool fabric, is it not? It's 274 centimetres in width, which is way wider than you'll need, but perfect if you're getting your quilt long armed as well, because we long armers do like a good extra 6 to 8 inches on all sides when we're long arming. We like just for the clamps. You put clamps on at the sides, you know, we do like that extra depth on all sides. So that's that option, really good. The shadow, is that this one? This one here. Okay, we won't mention that one, that's just about sold out. We've got this one here, which is BL72. This is very popular. This is gorgeous. This has, well, this reminds me of fossil fern. Do you remember that, Benatex?
Yes.
Fossil fern. It's not fossil fern, but it's got that lovely kind of almost batik-y look.
It has, but from a distance, where as we zoomed in, it looked almost like the cosmos.
Yes.
With like the galaxy.
Beautiful.
It just looked beautiful.
Love that. It's gorgeous. You could also, if you wanted to put an extra border around your quilt, backing fabric is perfectly gorgeous quality for doing borders, bindings, anything like that. You can still use it for those. And then our last one is this Tim Holtz. Big fan of Tim Holtz, are you?
Yeah, always have been. For my papercraft hat as well. I have a lot of Tim Holtz.
That is gorgeous. I've also promised myself, Susie, that I'm going to do a whole cloth quilt this year.
Oh, yeah.
And I quite fancy doing it with one of the Tim Holtz fabrics.
Be good.
Just layer it up with maybe a solid on the other side, quilt the whole thing and then bind it.
Yeah, just do it, yeah. Yeah. That's really good.
That is
and
lovely.
because it's multi-directional as well.
Yeah,
with the
absolutely.
print, you're not going to get fabric wastage, which is even more important.
Gorgeous. So many different options for you today. Okay.
Too much choice.
There is a bit too much choice, really. And of course, there's a great saving on the quilt kit itself. We've just knocked £20 off the Creative Chart quilt. It's brand new from Kaffe Fassett. It's a celebration of rainbow colour with the contrast of black, which really makes those colours pop and zing. It's a really good size quilt as well. It is 165 centimetres by 207 centimetres, which means almost nothing to me, Susie. Almost nothing. But I'm hoping that somebody's going to whisper in my ear what that is in inches, please. And then it will mean something to me. But looking at the quilt itself, I'm thinking good size for a double bed. 65 inches by... 81 inches, so a really good double bed topper or queen size.
Yeah, or a 3-person lap quilt.
Oh gosh, absolutely. Well, me, Charlie and Mrs Mills would go under that very nicely.
That our Vizsla would commandeer the entire thing. but
you and your Vizsla.
Yeah.
Oh, how is the old Vizsla?
Yeah, he's okay,
My
sister's just sent a message, picture. She's taking him out for a walk, which is very brave of her because she's not a dog person.
Okay.
So yeah.
All going well?
So far. She's not
well,
texted,
we'll just
she's
park
lost
it
him.
there. We'll just park it there. Right, I'm going to come across, show us how to make this quilt.
Okay, so there's 2 different blocks and all your cutting instructions is there. The other thing I will say, you've got pictures of the fabric, which I know sounds really trivial, but it makes a big difference.
Huge difference.
Because it means you can organise yourself really easily. C and D are in fact the exact same fabric, R as H and K. So you can save a little bit more by using up one before you hit to the other.
Oh, good tip.
Just a tip there.
Why have they split them into 2 like that then?
Not entirely sure.
Okay.
One includes your binding.
Okay.
But they are the exact, if you look at the codes, they're exactly the same fabric. The fabrics are identical. So
I've got to say though, that H and K
easier.
fabric, which is this one right here, is one of my favourite Kaffe Fassett fabrics he has ever designed.
I love it.
Love that design. It's beautiful. I'll just show you.
I love it because there's just so many colours in it that you can colour piece it with just about anything. And it's great for...
that was very much I'm a Little Teapot, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. And I've
short and
mirrored
stout.
you as well.
You did.
Ridiculous.
Gorgeous though.
Yeah.
So
they
lovely.
are. The whole thing's like, I'm a big Kaffe fan as well, so it's good. So just read it through, make sure you're familiar with all the terms, what you're doing, and then you're going to cut. Now, I would recommend you iron your fabrics and best press them before you start. Although you are going to be cutting mainly rectangles, you are eventually cutting some of the squares that you cut across the bias diagonally.
Okay.
So if you best press, it gives you your best shot. And I always think with foundation paper piecing, if you've best pressed your fabric, when you press after you've stitched, you get a really good press.
Super
as
crisp
well.
and flat.
Yeah, which is what you need for foundation paper piecing. So read it all, then you start on your cutting. Instructions for the cutting are perfectly clear. You can easily do that. Your first step is to copy the pattern they give you. Now with foundation paper piecing, the thinner the paper you photocopy onto, the better your result, because it will tear more easily, because at the end you're going to discard the paper when you stitch them together. I chose to use proper foundation paper piece, which happens to be American size, so it's slightly too small to fit the whole thing in.
Okay.
So all I did was photocopy it twice and then washi taped together away from the pattern, but it's really easy to line up. And afterwards you're taking it away anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you'll need 80 copies, believe it or not, of your pattern. There are 80 of these in there, because you need, you use, each square uses 2.
Understood.
And you need extras for the board, around the edges to fill the gaps.
Yeah.
Okay. So you'll need a lot. There is a reference square, so make sure when you photocopy, just do 1 to make sure your photocopier isn't changing its printing.
That's a super good tip.
Because a lot of them have this preset shrink to fit or whatever, and you don't want that to happen unless you want a slightly smaller quilt. But these blocks then won't be the right size.
No,
so
don't do it.
Don't do it. Make sure you got it right. So you take a pattern and then you can make a start. So we're going to start with the foundation piece. This is what we're going to end up with.
Ooh.
which looks really cool. I think
Really
it looks
like
a bit like
that.
a sailboat
It
with a triangle.
does. Yeah.
It just makes it fun.
Hello,
if you can-
sailor.
It's so cool, isn't it? For those who have never done foundation paper piecing, where it is different from normal quilting is you're actually working on the reverse of your template. So I'm going to assume no knowledge, so bear with me if you've done this before. I apologise now, but it's better to introduce everything than leave people in the dark. So I've cut my pieces already.
You've got a sewing themed washi tape. I want to be you when I grow up, honestly.
Yeah,
that is
but
gorgeous.
You know what I'm like, I'm completely OCD.
Oh no,
so.
it's so lovely. That sort of level of detail and coordination, I just love it.
I'm really
Sorry, I just had to point that out. It's adorable.
I know, I am very sad, aren't I?
No, don't be silly. I think it's fabulous. I just don't know where you find these lovely things.
Oh, it's years of collection. I've had that for.
Yeah, you're a paper crafter as well,
I
aren't
am,
you?
yes.
So
Mixed media of paper crafter
I
and
just
jewellery
worry
maker.
if I ever got into that, I wouldn't know where to stop.
Well,
I'd
you
lose
can imagine
myself.
my workroom, can't you?
Yeah. When I retire, maybe.
So, would you mind giving that a press so I lose my
it'd be
pin
my
marks? Thank you.
Pleasure too.
So, everything is mapped for you. You're going to make several of everything, but you use the same template, which is why you've got D/H/L/P for that middle one, because if you notice from the quilt, it's this central triangle that changes each time.
Yeah.
So you use 4 per piece. I know it looks quite big compared to that, but by the time you've gone your seam allowances, it's all gone, and you're going to trim down as well. So you're going to work from back. Now the great thing about this quilt is most of the pieces are plain, so you don't have to think about right sides, wrong sides for most of it. Just that last piece at the bottom, which makes a big difference.
Well, it is piece number 1 that always throws people for right side, wrong side, and it actually doesn't matter, does it?
Doesn't matter.
Because it's a solid black.
Exactly. So piece 1 needs to go on the back of your template, needs to go in such a way that it overhangs every solid line of the template number 1. So I just place it as centrally as I can. Now what you would ideally have is a glue pen, which I have the refill for, but forgot to bring the other bit. But
okay. Do you want a glue stick? I think we've got a glue
they're just
stick.
finding me one,
Yes,
which would be awesome. And this is not in the instructions. This is my tip. I use these for the first piece and any subsequent, just to hold things in place, because this will wash away. So I just put a bit on that first area and stick my piece down, because then I'm not trying to hold lots of things at once. I'm not doing a juggling act. Now the next piece I'm going to do is this piece here, because it says number 2, so you're sewing by numbers as well. So it's fabric B, this is this one. So I've got them all labelled. So again, I'm gonna get them all ready for you, if you don't mind just giving the pinholes a press out.
Absolutely.
And then we can piece. That would be great. And then I need 2 of these ones. And then we can start stitching. Now with foundation paper piecing, you're going through paper, and you want to be able to tear that paper later. So the stitch length you use wants to be a lot smaller than you usually do.
A lot smaller, okay.
So this machine, which is the Elna 570A, its default for cotton is 2.4 stitch length. I'm going to drop that down to at least 1.8. I usually use 1.5 for foundation.
1.5 I do, yeah, 1.5.
Because that way I can easily perforate afterwards, which makes life a lot easier and quicker.
I always used to say, you can't really say it now because they're all sticky, but like perforated stamps.
Yes.
You would tear apart. It should feel like that when you tear it.
Yes, it
but
should.
You can't get them anymore.
So sad.
Can you? They're all sticky, honestly.
So sad, isn't it?
It's not progress, I'm telling you.
I don't
Taking
think so.
something like that away from a nation. I used to love that. And licking stamps, you don't even have to lick them either.
No, I never liked doing that. It's just a horrible concept.
Oh, my mum used to just get me to, I think it was so that my mouth kept still. She'd just say, stick your tongue out.
Did she? I used to work in a post office.
Did you?
Yeah, my first job. And I used to have one of those little dishes with a sponge in it.
Oh, yeah.
To use, because there's
counting
nowhere I was
money.
licking. Well, no, for putting the stamps on people's parcels and things. No way was I going to start licking anything.
No.
So we're going to do, whoops, I've taken that off. We're going to do piece B, which on our diagram is this one. What you want to do, and bear in mind we're going to do this for reverse, but it's easier to explain where you can see the line. You want the fabric to end up in that position with overhang, because you're going to trim down. So what you need to make sure is when you place it, you're going to place it right sides together with the piece 1, but you're going to do it so that when you stitch and then flip, it comes over there, if that makes sense.
Yes.
So what I do, and because this is plain, it doesn't really matter. It's this piece that does, because it's patterned. So it's got to go right sides together. And there's my line here. So I want to overhang at least by my seam allowance. And when it is stitched and flips, I want to make sure it's covered everything. So that's no good because I'm missing that corner.
Right.
So you do need to just get your head around, and because it's so hot in the studio, that glue's dried already.
Do you ever trim back that first one?
You can do, but there is no need at this stage if you don't want to. It's entirely up to you. So you just need to shuffle your fabric so you know you've covered your placement. So I reckon I'm about there now. So you can either put a little bit of sticky on it to hold it. Don't pin, because everything is going to be held eventually, and you'll put pinholes where you don't want them, and your paper might rip as you go. So try and hold it, but you're going to have to flip it to stitch on that line.
Right.
And you want, as I say, a shorter stitch length. You also want an open foot, not a 1/4 inch foot. So I was doing some extra stitching in the green room. There you go. And it doesn't, your thread doesn't have to match. It can be any thread, because you won't see your thread. So it's a good opportunity to use up colours you don't use very often.
Oh, right, okay.
I think, anyway. That's just
because
my
you're
personal.
using a shorter stitch length and it's tighter.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm just going to follow the line. Now you want to start and stop on the junctions, so don't sew beyond. And you'll see how tiny those stitches are. Yeah. Then I'm going to flip that. Just check before you do anything that you've covered. I'm just about there. And then what we're going to then do is fold that paper back and crease it along that stitch line. And this is where I use my add a 1/4 ruler.
Now we do have these on air this morning, so if you want to get yourself an add a 1/4 ruler, we've got twin pack and individuals, the long and the short. Here's the twin pack. Don't trim it yet, Susie.
I'm not.
We've got the twin pack, so that's got the, is it 15 inch and 9 inch, am I right? 6 inch rather.
6 and
12 inch
12.
and 6.
Yes,
Yeah, I was
6
completely
and 12.
wrong. So you get the 12 inch long one and the 6 inch, so they're both in that pack for $24.99. If you want the individual, the 12 inch long will pop on screen now. So this adds a 1/4 inch to your seam, $17.99. And then if you want the 6 inch ruler, we've got that too for $12.99. That's just the baby one.
Did
It's just a baby. There we go.
Okay, so
Right, how do
for
we use
anyone
it?
who doesn't know what an add a 1/4 does and why it's useful for this, is it is a ruler that's graded in inches, but if I show you the profile, you can see it's wedge shaped and it's got this extra exact 1/4 inch piece that is on a raised level.
It's like a little lip, isn't it?
It is. It's like a little shelf. It's beautiful. But it's an exact 1/4 inch, which is even better because then you can trim all your excess. So what you do is with your folded foundation paper is you just push this into position until it won't go anymore because you've hit that shelf. And then you can trim off this excess. That can go in your spare stash. And you're going to then turn this over and you can press that across.
Would you like me to give that a
That
little
would
press
be
for
wonderful.
you?
Now,
No problem.
unlike Quilt As You Go, you can press this as you go because you're only pressing paper.
Yeah.
So it's not going to shrink and you're not going to affect any wadding or anything else at this stage. And in fact, the more you press, the better the result, the more accurate the result, she says.
Fab.
Hopefully.
Fab.
I think I've just about caught that
Yeah.
one.
I would just say with the caveat that you don't use steam.
No.
Because you can shrink some.
But I never use steam anymore.
No. But if you are a steamer,
Yeah.
don't use steam with the
If you are a
paper as
steamer.
well.
Yeah. No, steam and paper isn't a good combo,
Not the
is
best
it?
combo, no.
So this is a plain. The next one, number 3, is on the other side. Same principle, and you're just going to repeat this following the numbers. So again, I'm just going to make sure that if that's stitched, will it cover? Not quite, so I'm going to shuffle it down. Will it fit? Yes, it will. So that's how you carry on working. You need to overhang each piece and make sure that it's covered. So we're about there. Again, we're just going to stitch that one. Just make sure you've not got any extra bits you didn't want including each time, which is why if this is the first one you've done, I would suggest you photocopy yourself a spare and do a practice.
With your scrap fabrics.
Scrap fabrics, but also I would glue them down with a glue pen, your glue pen, and I've completely missed that one, so I am going to have to unpick that one. Look at that, that's terrible, Susie, it slipped. So we need an unpicker, which is a disaster. But what I can do is carry on without, if you like, if we haven't got time. What have we got? Got 25
Yeah, we're
minutes.
doing
We've got
good.
time. So this is when it's a nightmare for small stitching.
I have a method.
Oh, do you? Do you want to take over?
But I don't know if I dare show it really because it's with the caveat. No, I don't rip. I use a rotary cutter. Let me just show you.
Please do.
So obviously, this is with the caveat that you have to be
a small rotary cutter?
No, this is fine. You have to be extremely careful if you're going to do this. And what I do is I use the rotary blade, and it's kind of at a slight angle. So what you're going to do then is just press it against the stitching. So if you literally just press enough to go through the stitches, and that won't be enough to go through the fabric itself, but where with scissor blades you'd have to be able to get 2 of them together by using just the edge of your blade like this, you are going through the stitches only. And this is the only way that I've ever found that you can really realistically unpick when you're foundation piecing, because the stitches are just so small and tight.
Yeah, that's why I managed to do it with a normal seam ripper.
Yeah.
But my seam ripper is incredibly sharp. So
this isn't a bad method though, right?
No,
as long as you're really, really careful.
Yeah.
Now obviously you have still got that little bit of stitching. I don't know if when you sew it you can
we can
go just inside. Do you mind if I just Carol Doak, who for me is the absolute queen of foundation paper piecing, one of the things that she does, which I just think is I learnt from her, and I've done it ever since, is to just use a piece of card or a postcard or something like that.
To fold it first.
And you fold the foundation back on the line.
Yeah.
Like that. And then there's your bit of fabric. Okay. And then if you pop your add a quarter ruler on there, you can actually, whoops, upside down. Is it all right if I...
Go for it.
And then you can pre-trim your fabric.
And then you know how to line it up.
And now you've just got 1/4 of an inch hanging over. So now you can just line that up like that.
And twist. Yeah.
And then it will...
You just have to watch when they're odd shapes, you have to watch the
corners. You need it low enough down, don't you? But have a go and see what you think of that.
Good. Yeah, no, both methods work. I was using the method they said in the book, so that's... But both are equally good.
They are good,
But that is why a practice round makes the difference, because you can then decide which method you like for yourself without stress.
Yeah,
because you're worried that you've used a bit of fabric that you're going to need and the quilt won't fit and da-da-da.
Yeah, you never quite know, do you, with a kit, whether the fabric's exactly all you need or whether you've got extras. But you have got quite generous amounts of fabric here.
Yes, you will have leftovers. As long as you cut it as they say, then you'll have your leftovers. So there we go. So we're going to repeat the process with that, but this time we don't need to do that press back. Well, you can, but there's going to be minimal there, isn't there? Because you've already trimmed one. Yeah. And you can see how it moves anyway, because I couldn't hold it straight. But yeah, no, that's a really good system as well.
Do you want me to press that for you?
That would be wonderful, thank you. And then we can move on to C. Because what I thought was good about this is because everything is in squares and rectangles, you aren't faffing about with little bits. Because I've done foundation paper piece where I've tried to sort of save fabric, so I've worked with things like this. Right. And then you spend more time trying to work out how to place them than you do. So shall we try your trick again for this one? Yeah. So this one's going to go number 5. See, no, it's number 4 first. See, I can't even count. We're going to go along this edge here. So we're going to trim these ones, yeah?
Yeah.
So they're my spares. Turn it back. Remember, this time we're using a coloured piece. Where did we put that one? You ironed one for me, didn't you?
No, I don't
think. Yes, you did. Oh, there it is.
Ah,
yeah, there you go.
Yes, I did. Yeah, the yellow.
You did.
That's gorgeous. I love the polka dots.
I do love polka dots, but remember, right sides down because we're going to flip. So we're going to put that on there. So you can always glue off-pieced if you wanted
just
to.
A little dab of glue on the paper.
Yeah.
What a good tip. I like that.
Flip it, and then you're going to stitch. And this is why it doesn't matter that you've had to piece your template, because these stitches will hold the templates together.
And you're going to remove it at the end of the day as well, aren't you?
Absolutely, you are. Yeah. It's really only critical at this stage where you're stitching and when you trim.
And I think this is what makes foundation piecing such a beginner-friendly technique, because you're sewing on a printed line.
Oh, look at that. It's one of those days, Stuart.
Oh, here we go. Seam ripper out.
Yeah, no, I'm going to struggle with this because I've caught the paper as well. Bear with us, callers. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do that with a blade because it's so tiny. And of course, if you can see it, it's even better. But I have another trick as well.
Now, you know what? Someone in one of my classes once showed me a different technique. I've never seen anybody do this on air. But what she did in class was, when I gave the foundations out, she actually sat and sewed through all of the seam lines on the foundation with a slightly shorter seam allowance, but no thread in her machine. Right. So she perforated the paper
before she started.
Then she sewed her fabrics to her foundation, this style, but with a normal stitch length.
Okay.
Because she wasn't using the stitch length of her actual construction to perforate the paper. She'd already done that.
Yeah.
So it meant that if she did need to unpick it, she was unpicking normal seams.
Yeah.
You know, I've never used that technique,
nor
but
have
I
I.
offer it
I
up
wish
there
I had.
because it might work. But it might work for some people watching.
It is, and that's the great thing about having access to YouTube videos as well, and others, of course, because you can learn so many different ways of doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Because there is no, that with foundation paper piecing, there is no one method, is there?
No, there isn't.
And there are people who've been doing it for years, such as Carol Dern, who can impart such amazing tips and tricks.
They do.
And you just use the ones that work for you. Right, I've done that now, so I am actually going to put glue along that edge so it doesn't flip itself. Behave.
It will not move.
It will not
Famous
move.
last words.
Shh. Yeah, don't jinx
Well, I remember
it.
buying one of Carol Doak's books years ago, and it was called 50. I think it was called 50 Fabulous Paper Piece Stars.
Yeah.
And there was a CD-ROM. I'll tell you how long ago it was. There was a CD-ROM in a wallet in the back of the book, and it was a video with Carol on how to do foundation paper piecing, and it was just revolutionary for me to watch. I started doing paper piecing because I wasn't getting the accuracy in my normal piecing, and I thought, well, this is meant to be a really accurate method. And I used it exclusively, even for half square triangles and flying geese, for about 2 years.
Yeah.
And then when I went back to regular piecing, my regular piecing was so much better than it had been, because I'd got a bit more disciplined, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. I think life is a constant learning process.
Really is. It really
And
is.
sadly, we don't live long enough to never stop learning. Well, I don't.
You know,
think we
I
do.
always say, Suzie, I don't know, but you know, for me, life is a mystery.
Yeah,
Everyone must stand alone.
Absolutely.
I hear you
most
call
days.
my name, and it feels like home.
Yeah, exactly. Now this piece is always a challenge because you're trying to put a square into a wedge, so you do have to shuffle a bit about with this one. Because you don't need it at the top, you need it over here. So I just drop it and hope. No, we're still not there. But this,
Oh, that's a lovely, lovely compliment from Bex. Bex says, Susie's demos are so thorough, you almost don't need the pattern. That's
Oh, bless you.
fabulous. That's
Thank
really
you.
true. Bex has also said, love watching you two together. You're both so knowledgeable and so many great tips and ideas. Thank you.
well, isn't that what life's about? To share.
We've been around a while, haven't we, Susie? We've been doing this for a bit.
But
I still,
think
every workshop I
definitely
teach, I
been there.
learn something new from
Yeah,
one of my students.
absolutely. And I think that is because everybody finds their own way of doing something.
Yeah.
And as I think I hear every guest say this, there are no quilt police.
No.
How you achieve it is through your own methodology.
Yeah.
But as long as the result you achieve is what you want, so
And
we'll do the other one and
oh,
press
yeah.
at the same time.
And I don't just use one method for
No,
the same thing
absolutely.
either. I use all sorts of different methods, say for flying geese. It depends what I'm working on.
And the size you're
The
making as
size.
well.
Yeah, whether
Yeah.
it's scraps or yardage.
Yeah.
Because something like the no-waste flying geese is all well and good if you've got big bits of fabric. If you've only got enough for one of those triangles, you need a different method.
Yeah. Or if you're doing a size, like I've got a project happening when I get home, I've got to do that. The flying geese are of a size that do not fit any ruler out there.
Understood.
They're an odd size,
Yeah.
so I've got to use traditional method,
Gotcha.
which is not a bad thing.
You're using
but,
templates for that, is it?
No, it's just I did a lot of maths.
Oh, okay, fair enough. See, the odd size is when I might turn to foundation piecing.
Yeah, no, I just do the maths.
Yeah,
I love a bit of maths.
Do you?
Yeah, I love a bit of maths. Yeah, because I've got nothing else to do.
Stop it, you have so much more to do. But it's still impressive.
Well, I haven't got a dog walk today because my sister, bless her, has done that. So happy.
Yeah.
It's a privilege to have
I bet
someone
your
else.
visitor will want another walk when his mum gets home.
Oh, I don't know. He was in doggy daycare yesterday. He's shattered.
I always used to hope that when I used to send the kids home from nursery that I'd, sufficiently exhausted them so that they might manage, good night's sleep for their mums and dads.
Yes.
I always thought that was part of my job.
Yeah. make the children
Awesome.
shatter. Right, so we're there.
So I'll give that a press for
That
you.
would be wonderful. And
yeah.
then we can trim it and...
That's the reveal, isn't it?
It is the big reveal, and that's the exciting bit.
Yeah.
I just think foundation paper piecing is probably one of the satisfying methods
magical,
in quilt
isn't it?
making, because you're taking pieces of fabric that you don't think shaped, that you never think are going to work, and then all of a sudden you've got this glorious image.
So just to clarify then, we're sewing on the dotted, no, they're solid lines inside, aren't they?
You've got your seam allowance marked as a dashed line, but your cutting line is a solid, and that is what I'm going to cut now. And do cut the dog ear corners, because it will just help when you sew these together, because you need to sew 4 of them together to make your quilt.
And I just remind you as well, as experienced as I am, Suzie is, I'm sure you do the same. I always stop myself before I trim the outside, and I just check I am definitely adding that 1/4 of an inch.
Yes.
You know, not cutting on the dashed line.
Yeah.
I've seen that too many times. It's heartbreaking when you've done all the sewing.
Well, I've done it once, and then I thought, well, it's okay. I'll just make a slightly smaller project than I intended. But we're not going to lose sleep over it. I will just cry later when no one's watching. So I tend to cut the straight first and then do my dog ears, but everyone does their own. Again, it's how you are happy doing. You can save that bit of washi tape as well.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And now this bit fell off before because of where it was. So all I did for here is I did lift that bit of washi tape, and I used it just to hold it in place whilst, because you have to, and it's really easy to line up because you've got a circle. So you want to make your circle complete.
I see that.
So I just held that down while I did my dog ear. After that, it doesn't matter. But they're tiny little pieces, like we had with the Creative Grids rulers, but it does make a difference. So there we go, we've got that one finished as well.
Yes, look at that. And just that level of accuracy is like nothing else, isn't it?
Brilliant, isn't it? So you're going to make 2 more, apart from for the sides. The sides, you're only using 2. And I know these look a lot smaller, but you've got to allow for your seam allowances.
Yes.
And then they'll come down to these.
This is the bit, you know, when I was looking at the foundation.
Yes.
It took me ages to work out, because when I saw that, I thought of this as being the outside of the block.
Yeah.
And of course it isn't. It's like 4 quarter square triangles coming together, isn't it? And actually, this is the outside of the block.
It's brilliant.
Really clever, beautiful block.
It is, and it's one that I will use again because I actually think it will make a really good border as well, because you can join them like that.
Look at that.
And that would make a really funky border.
Yeah, that is beautiful.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah. Absolutely.
That is really cool. It's like ribbons.
Yeah, beautiful.
Or gems, if you did these.
Yes.
You could get some, especially if you had some of the ombre fabrics, you could get like gemstone effect.
You can, can't you?
Cool. Anyway, so that's that one. We digress. That's not the pattern for this. So the other block you're going to do is this on-point square with your borders. So you're going to make that one. That's where all your colour fabrics really pop. You're going to have a feature in the middle and then border fabrics, and you know which is which because it tells you exactly what combo to do, and it tells you how many you need of each. Basically, you need 5 or 3 of each, depending on the combo. So you've not got to do too much thinking other than just follow instructions, which, let's face it, is probably today.
And this bit isn't foundation pieced, is it?
No, this is normal straight line quilting. So you do need to know your 1/4 inch, so make sure you're aware of your 1/4 inch seam on your foot. You're going to make 5 of each colourway, which gives you your 20 squares that you need. Well, you need ones for corners as well. So, and you need some big squares that we're going to cut in half to give our corner triangles as well. So you have 2 squares, your feature square, and 2 short lengths and 2 long lengths of a feature fabric as well for each one, and they're your borders. So we're going to give all of that.
Got 10 minutes, can you do it?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
It's not rocket science. What I'm going to get you to do is press those while I cut this. So these, I've got my 2 squares, I'm cut them already, I have best pressed them. I'm now just going to do 1 diagonal cut to halve them to make my triangles, and that is in your instructions, or instructions as they are properly called, to give you your half square triangles. She says, I'm sure they were. I saw it somewhere. Where did I see it? Probably in here. Yes, there you go. 6 for 6.
Yep.
And you want 4 of them.
Yep.
So all we're going to do is take our square, and you're going to do opposite sides. So it's long sides together. Don't panic that you've got dog ears. My tip is fold it in half, finger press, find the middle of that one, find the middle of this one. And if you press one wrong side and one right side together, they will nestle in together.
You taught me this tip. I've been using it ever since. One hill, one valley.
Well, that's it. Yeah. Mountain and valley folds. And then I'm going to swatch to this one purely because then I haven't got to concentrate about keeping my sewing straight.
So 1/4 inch foot for this.
1/4 inch foot, or know your 1/4 inch seam really well.
Yes.
I've lost where is it? There it is. Yeah, make sure you do know your 1/4 inch. If I'm honest, you can eyeball this as well. It's not uber accurate because you are going to trim down. So we're going to sew this one, and I'm going to sew the other side at the same time, and then I'm going to pass it to my very lovely assistant.
Oh, very lovely assistant.
Yeah.
I'm just happy to help.
Awesome. So the other side. And the reason you do opposite sides is because then you're not fighting any bias, in case you're wondering. And you know what I haven't done is go back to normal stitch length, but that's fine, we have now.
Oh yeah, because we've worked out we don't like picking short stitches at
Don't
all.
we just?
Thanks.
Right, so if you wouldn't mind pressing those for me.
Towards the black.
Yes, please, that would be awesome, thank you.
Okay, no problem. We've got 6 minutes between us.
Yeah, we're good, we're good.
Okay, there we go.
And then these ones slot in over the top, and you're just going to marry those. Again, you can do your midline trick. I just look at the dog ears and make sure they're overhanging by the same amount. And then you're going to stitch all the way down those. It helps if you press the foot pedal, not the table leg. Get a much better result. Oh. Let's lift that out the way. That's why using a guard isn't always useful.
So do you trim this down then once
yes,
it's all
you
sewn?
then trim this block
okay.
as you've made this on point block. You trim this to 8 inches square. Then you're going to add your borders, and then you'll make sure that that is at 12 inches.
Got you. Yeah, because you're sewing a regular piece block to a foundation piece. And the thing is, everyone's foundation block will be exactly the right size.
Yeah,
but our piecing does tend to can vary a bit, can't it?
It will. Yeah, we'll get away with that one.
Yeah,
so
no worries. I'll press that.
And that is a stage you can't miss out, because if you do miss it out, your border won't be straight and it will be the wrong size, so all your blocks won't match. While Stuart's pressing that, when you're assembling this quilt, you're going to take alternate blocks and you piece diagonally. And it's great because you know you've got a safety check because it's done in colours. If you choose to do it as the pattern, you're going to cut it.
Which square ruler?
You can do. I have got this actually that we can use.
Ah, yes. These are very good, aren't they?
It is. I want an 8-inch piece. So although you've got 8.5-inch squares, I can still work out the maths because the centre, you can do the centre and divide either way if you like, which is what I do. So I know that that's at 6 1/4 if I use that centre line. But what I tend to do is put it on the 6 line, and I know that half of 8 is 4. So if I centre that on the 6 line and make sure I've got a straight line running through the opposite diagonal, I just add 4 to 6 and go up at 10, and take 4 from 6, which means 2, and then I turn it round and do this, repeat the process.
Oh, look at that.
So there's always a way of doing something if you haven't got the tool.
So really good demo to show that, because that's a question that comes up ever so rare, or it's something people talk about, square up your blocks.
Yeah.
But actually seeing it done with a tool that lots of us have is really, really useful. Thanks for that.
That's all right. So we've got those bits. Oops, didn't press hard enough. There we go. And then we sew our borders. You're going to sew your short ones first. So those are going to go on either side there. Stitch, press out, because I know we're time. And then the longer ones go on after you've pressed.
Yep.
And they will fit, obviously, right sides together. Press them out, and you'll end up with this.
That is gorgeous. And there are 2 blocks.
2 blocks, and you're going to repeat that for all the colourways, and then keep them in colour families, and you're just going to stitch them diagonally together. There's no extra sashing, which is really good, because once you've made your blocks, you're like, yes, I'm nearly there.
Sew the blocks together and you're done. No border.
No outer border either. The pieces on the edge are extra foundation pieced things, and you just, stick it on, put your backing on, layer it up, quilt it. And the quilting they've done on the sample, all they've done is done a 1/4 inch quilt, straight stitch. Remember to increase your stitch length so you can go through all your layers. And they've used a variegated thread, which is a fabulous idea because it's variegated colours, isn't it? Just to frame it, really.
Yeah. So around the 1/4 inch inside, around these 2 seam lines.
And then within the triangle, the picture triangles, if you like.
Yep.
But that's all they've done in the way of quilting. There's no other quilting, which is really effective.
Yeah, it looks lovely.
Yeah.
Really nice. But it's a gorgeous quilt.
It is a quilt. And I reckon it's a quilt you could do within a week and have a normal life. If that makes any sense.
It does.
Or a weekend, if you allocate a weekend to, or a couple of days, you could get it done before it really goes cold.
I love it. Thank you, Suzie.
Thank you.
It's been fabulous to see you again.
Folks.
It was useful to see, though. It was useful to see, I think.
Yeah.
You know, it's all good stuff.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Do you know when you're back?
I do. I'm back on the 24th of October.
Oh, no time at all.
No.
Fabulous. Well, it'll be great to have you back.
Thank you.
Stay safe and well between now and then.
Yeah,
all right, thanks,
you.
Suzie. All right, so keep going through for your Kaffe Creative Chart Quilt. We've knocked £20 off. It's £179.99. We're going to take a little break now, and then when we come back, Delphine Brooks will be here with her final project of the day, which is a really beautiful and poignant Remembrance Day tribute. So stick around for our last hour.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. Start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hi there, welcome back to Sewing Street. It's wonderful having your company today. Now, our last hour is with the wonderful Delphine Brooks. Hello, Delphine.
Hello.
It's good to see you
It's
back.
good to see you. Good to be back.
Yeah, and you've done a really, really special wall hanging for us. A beautiful panel. It's absolutely gorgeous for Remembrance Day. Now, you were telling me something earlier on, which I feel like I should have known, but didn't, which is the origins of Remembrance Day.
Yeah, of World War One.
Yeah.
And then over the years and all the different conflicts, obviously those are included as well.
Yeah, but I think it's still something, because we're still within, or well, just perhaps almost just out of that generation who were there, who experienced that. It's still been, for many of us within our lifetime, that we've known people who were involved in the First World War, and we've certainly all seen, you know, the footage and heard the stories. So this is very much about remembering the origins of Remembrance Day, the poppies, the Tommy, isn't it? The Tommy, they call the soldier, Tommy. And very, very poignant. And you know what I think is so meaningful about this is the soldier and the poppies there are faded out. It's that sort of soft memory of that person who was there, who is still there in our thoughts, and then the poppy field beneath, and these gorgeous appliques that you've done in the border and embroidery. It is beautiful. A little bit of embellishment, and what a special wall hanging that is. Now let me just show you the panel that comes from. Again, very, very cleverly put together. This is one idea for how you can use your panel. You may well, when you see the panel, be thinking of all sorts of other things that you could do with it. Now, this is an exclusive panel. You can't get this anywhere else. So first of all, here's your background image. This is that soft focus, sort of faded out poppy against a blue sky, which you could use in itself. You could machine embroider at the setting of the sun. We will remember them, and in the morning we will remember them. You could machine embroider that over the top. You could hand embroider or hand quilt that.
Well, that's my actual artwork as well.
Is that beautiful?
Yeah. Also with a mix of the very, very talented Lou, who does a lot of, well, pretty much all of my panels. She's incredible.
So cool, really cool. In the centre then, you have got, well, a combination really. You've got whole poppies and this sort of base layer, which I didn't even realise until looking at it properly. This has been appliqued to the bottom of this panel. If you look closely, you can see the edges, and that's been bonderwebbed.
Bit bonderweb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To create that multi-layer. Super clever. And then you'll see down above that, or rather above that, you've got all the individual elements of poppies from the largest through to the smallest. And these are what Delphine has used to create these appliques in the border, which really does bring it to life. And just have a little look at the clever extra stitching that she's added. Just really simple lines of stitching that creates so much extra texture. And some beads, buttons that just finish that off. Absolutely gorgeous. Now I do need to let you know that a quarter of the stock of that panel is already gone. And we've got hundreds and hundreds of these that have already gone. And many, many of those are in baskets too. So do check out your basket. Now then, we've loads of extras here. So we have got the soldier here in silhouette, again, which you could use in so many ways. We've got this panel here that says lest we forget, and we've also got in memory, and we've got that little very inspirational quote there as well, a little line of poppies. So all of these elements can be used in lots of different ways. There isn't a pattern as such that go with this panel. This is about inspiring you. The other thing that you've got here, you could use this as a whole piece of fabric. Delphine, you've used these individual leaves in your appliques, haven't you? But you could also use these leaves backed with green fabric with some of these poppies and create some three-dimensional brooches that you could wear as well, and build up a whole corsage if you wanted, or decorate a hat with them.
Yeah, that would look lovely, really pretty.
So much in one panel. And of course as well, you've got these extra strips of fabric down here, and the price is incredible, £9.99 for all that inspiration, all of that work that's gone into that. So that's the mainstay of the wall hanging. Again, as I say, there's no pattern to go with this, so grab a pen and paper. Delphine's going to talk us through it. The other thing that I've got just to show you is the border fabric, which is this red solid, which is one of our gorgeous reds, and we've got this available by the half metre. It's £3.79 per half metre. It's scarlet, and if you want to buy multiples, you can. It'll come as one piece, but this is half a metre, right?
Yeah.
So half a metre will border this beautiful wall hanging. I think that is just gorgeous. Absolutely stunning work as always. Let's get sewing, Delphine. Let's get sewing.
Okie doke. Let's get chopping first. I'm just thinking, will I have the bigger cutting mat?
What do you need?
Could I
Big
have the
cutting
big
mat.
one?
Of course you can. You can have anything you want.
big
Do
one.
you want the really big one?
Yeah, let's do it. If you're going to do it properly.
Do it. There go. Big cutting mat. I'll take that off you.
Thank you very much. So I've already pre-bonder webbed, but I just wanted to show you just how I cut the fabric up. There we go. So yeah, I just love the mix of what me and Lou do together. If I've done the drawings, she's done all that background. Very clever.
Really
so
clever
we
stuff.
put quite a lot of thought into this, and I thought, you know, rather than have like the bold soldier silhouette, I thought it was really nice having these more subtle colours. Like you say, they're always there in your memory, but it doesn't have, you know, they're not like right in your face.
No,
you know?
it's so much more evocative of a memory, isn't it? But still present. Because I think that's one of the things when you see modern film of, you know, those Flanders fields and the song, what you see now is farmland and beautiful landscape.
Yeah.
You need to remember, we need to remember what happened, don't we? And this is one way of doing that.
I certainly do. And it's just, you've just reminded me of a trip that I did when I was in the Air Force. I did, they did these things called staff rides. I think I told you before that we went to, whereabouts is it? Dortmund in Germany.
Okay.
And we did it based on the dam busters.
Oh yeah.
And so everyone, regardless of your rank, had to study a subject. And mine was Guy Gibson, who led the dam busters raid. And we all had to deliver like a different talk on each.
Oh, interesting.
And so I did my talk about Guy Gibson stood on the Mona Dam.
Wow.
Which was incredible. And then so we started off down.
You've done some stuff, Delphine.
Oh, yeah, I've done a few bits.
Awesome.
But we went down. So it started off down at somewhere near Luton, I think. It must be near Luton because that's where we flew from. And we saw the bouncing bomb, also known as the upkeeps. That's where it started, of the invention. And then we went
Wallace.
And Barnes Wallace, yeah. And then we did, you know, the dams and everything. So I did my talk on Guy Gibson. But then we also went to the crash sites.
Right.
And it reminded me of that you wouldn't notice, you wouldn't know. Apart from some of the craters and that are still there, it was just the most stunning scenery. And like you say, farmlands and like meadows and fields. But with this, unless you knew that was a crash site, you know, it was just so beautiful and so peaceful and serene. But then there's that memory that's still right there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
and it is still in the landscape sometimes, isn't it? You know, you need to know what you're looking for. Often archaeologists can see it from centuries before, but it's really, really interesting stuff. Nicola's messaged in to say, I think that the soldier would look really nice on the sun wall hanging, so actually combining this project with your project from earlier on.
Yeah, I was thinking that earlier. Yeah, that's we're on the same page.
Definitely, very much, very much.
So yeah, there we go. So that's how I started mine. I just simply cut out my first section. What I do so I didn't want to take away the amazing artwork that Lou's created. So when you chop this out, don't cut directly on the line, just do it on the white, and then that way you're going to have more of the strip. Otherwise you're going to cover it up with the seam allowance when you sew all the way around it, aren't you?
Yeah. I thought you'd added that border because you've quilted either side of it and it looks like it's pieced on the wall hanging. It's clever.
I'm just clever.
You are? You're just clever.
I'm not clever at all. If anyone knew the real me, if you knew
Delphine, we do. We love you.
I make it up as I go along. Although I have got some rather exciting news.
Come on.
My website is actually in the making, and you can actually see my landing page.
Hey.
Yeah, I've finally done it.
That's awesome.
So yeah, if you go and have a look at delphinebooks.com, you'll see my landing page and my logo and everything. So I'm getting all proper. And
that's so cool.
It's like I'm growing up.
Do you feel like a proper grown up now?
I do, yeah.
Yeah,
I do.
Awesome, congrats.
So yeah, so that's quite a big thing for me. Big
it's a
deal.
big thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and again, amazing Lou, who's done it all for me. She's yeah, so I'm really, really excited.
That's awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you. So
All things Delphine Brooks.
I think all of my landing pages at the minute, it's all of my artwork, you know, from my felts and
Okay.
stuff. So you can see a bit more on that.
Very nice. I should be straight on the internet as when I get off air.
So keep an eye on that, and it's got a link to all of my social medias as well. So if you're not following me, go on there and you can.
Yeah, definitely.
There we go. So, but no, it's quite a big deal for me. That.
It's huge.
And then it was quite funny because I was just having a meeting with Hayley in there, and she was going, "It's about time."
Yeah, well, you know, I was pretty late to the party with a lot of these things.
I think it's because you know, I've just been busy doing all of this, and I've just.
But can we find you on things like Instagram and Facebook as well?
You can. I'm on Instagram and Facebook. You can follow me there.
Delphine Brooks.
Delphine Brooks. Delphine Brooks on. I think I'm down as Delphine Brooks official.
Oh.
Only because there's a couple of, believe it or not, there's
like
more.
Cher. There's Cher official, isn't there? A Dolly Parton official.
Yes, well, it's Delphine Brooks official. Only, I think it's just a show that, in case anyone sets up any different.
True enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, so I thought I'd share it with the viewers first.
Yeah, thank you.
And then I'll put it on my social media later. I'll put the link on.
So you've bonderwebbed kind of just a whole big piece of bonderweb to the back, and now you're cutting out the elements, right?
Yeah, well, just to the bits that I wanted to use now. So just wanted to show you how I build it up, really. And then I'll show you how I quilted it.
Awesome. Got some messages for you, my love.
Oh, lovely.
What a stunning and thoughtful tribute. Can't wait for mine to arrive. That's from Mandy.
Oh, thank you, Mandy.
Another message for you. Just treated myself to this beautiful panel. I'm going to make it in memory of my great uncle Arthur, who died at the age of 18.
Oh.
At the end of the First World War. Isn't that, gosh, that gets me every time. It's just...
Yeah, 18.
I know.
You're still
They were boys, weren't they? Just on the cusp of life. And you think about, you know, like I think about, well, the children I'm going to call them children, you know, and they are like 17, 19, whatever, but they're still kids.
They're
and
still babies, aren't
they've gone off to war.
Can you imagine how scary? Just that just how you watch, you know, we all watch the films like Dunkirk and all of that from, you know, and the fear must have been absolutely insane, you know.
Yeah.
So, but the bravery as well, to step forward through that, you know, I can't even step towards a spider.
No, and the camaraderie as well, and support that people gave each other.
That's it. It's all about. That's what it's all about, isn't it? And it's, you know, if whenever there is you want to talk about teamwork, that is.
Absolutely, absolutely. And of course, you've been through all of the training for the RAF, which I'm imagining is about getting your teamwork up to snuff as well, you know, so that you do work well together.
Because back when I did my basic training, I mean, you know, it's over 20 years ago now. And believe it or not, I know that doesn't sound like an awful long time, but a lot has changed since when I did it. And I remember what we used to have back then. I don't know if they still do. We used to have bed packs. Where we used to have to make our bed, and you used to be able to do it, so you have to bounce a coin off it, and the sheets are all really itchy and everything.
Ooh.
And so you'd be up late night, bulling your shoes, ironing your kit. This is just basic training, and then you'd take ages doing your bed. And I remember we used to sleep on the floor.
Yes.
So
yes,
we
my
didn't
dad
ruin
told
our
me
bed.
things like that. Yes.
And everyone, you know, nobody went to bed. There was no like real rule about it, because you could have just sorted yourself out. I mean, there was always one or two that were like, you know, I'll just sort myself out and you carry on. But in our dorm, we made sure, in our barracks, we made sure that everyone's kit was ready before anyone put their head down. You know, so everyone
you worked together.
Yeah, but we were just a bunch of strangers that were pulled together.
Yeah.
And you know, and I'm still friends with some of them now.
That's
just
amazing.
from having that, you know, like, you're better at budding shoes, I'm better at ironing. Right, you go with that. You know?
Well, when my dad joined the army, he was in the army, and the recruits all got their uniforms and then got a box of buttons. So none of the shirts, none of the jacket, nothing had the buttons sewn on.
Oh, really?
So job number one was sewing buttons to everything. And my dad was the only person in his billet who knew how to sew buttons on properly.
Oh,
so he did most of the buttons, or certainly taught the others how to put buttons.
How to do it.
because he'd been taught. So I always say, learn how to sew buttons on, and if you teach a child to do nothing else sewing-wise, teach them to sew buttons. More than half the stock has gone. You'll need to be quick on this. It is a beautiful, poignant, but also, you know, doing an activity like making a wall hanging from this really helps to connect you with your memories or with what you're doing as well, doesn't it?
And the subject, and with it being so close to, you know, November the 11th, to Remembrance Day.
I'm letting you down here. I'm just sitting here watching you iron.
But it's and it's quite a simple project for you to do. You can make this as easy or as hard as you like.
Yeah.
And,
when did you make that wall hanging?
Yesterday.
Okay, there you go. You heard it here. Yesterday. It wasn't made yesterday morning when you got up. This didn't exist.
No. I did the school one first, and then I did that.
It's good going though.
It was my sewing machine was on fire yesterday.
Yours will not arrive. Trust me, yours will not arrive on the 10th of November. You'll get it before then. You won't have to make it the day before. But
no.
Bless you for cracking on.
Oh, I do. I've already got my next projects on the go.
Oh yeah, you don't hang about, do you?
Oh no, got to keep me busy. Keeps me out of mischief. But oh yeah.
So again, you've got Bonderweb behind the back of that.
Yeah. And
haven't you?
And again, very clever way. Who designed this section that you don't have loads of fussy cutting to do.
Right.
It's just a simple line. And as you said, you had to look closely to be able to see.
Oh, it's really clever. It blends in beautifully.
So we think of everything. So you haven't got lots of little fussy cutting to do. It's all done. It's all done for you. Sorry, I'm just flashing that. There we go. So I'll quickly cut this out. So you can see how quickly it comes together. Nice and easy. But
no, it's gorgeous. Oh, well, just where you were saying about, you know, creating a panel, and I'd seen the other day that John Scott is now available on a clock. And did you see?
I saw the clock, yeah.
Yes. And the guys in the gallery were just asking if I fancy being made into a clock.
Oh.
And I don't know. I don't know how I feel about. I don't know.
Being on the clock.
Yeah, I mean it's one place you could put my face, but I don't know. Maybe on a bag. I don't know if anybody would want to walk about shopping with my face on a bag.
Although I saw that
a fridge wall hanging. It could be a new thing, couldn't it? A fridge wall. Me going.
Step away from the fridge.
You know, on the front, and then hang it on the front of the fridge, or by the fire
to
keep the grandchildren
magnets.
away.
We could do magnets next. That's an
Me
idea.
on a fridge magnet.
Yeah, why not?
They'd have to be not sewn, like sort of moulded. There could be a Bex. You could collect the whole team, couldn't you?
You could do, yeah.
That's got legs. It will literally have legs. Little ones in mine and John's case.
They're already
but
putting the order in upstairs.
Oh yeah, perhaps on our birthdays, the John Scott fridge magnet. Well, I'm in.
Oh, do you know what? That's giving me ideas. It really is. I've got an idea.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh,
I can't.
Delphine. Delphine, I need to know now.
We have some. We do come up with. This is where you said where you get your weird inspiration from.
Yeah, that is definitely weird inspiration.
It's like the whole clock thing came around. It's because when I had my sewing room done, I was like, well, I haven't got a clock in here, and I was like, well, I'm not going to make one. I'm not going to buy one.
I love your clocks. They
so
are
I thought,
brilliant.
Well, make one.
Yeah, absolutely superb. And like you say, this is nice and easy to sew. We haven't got to do loads of fussy cutting. I notice as well the little bits in between, you're not cutting those out.
No, because the panel's white underneath.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
So what you could do, if you wanted to just keep the poppy as it is, I'll just keep that as a picture on its own. You could keep it as it is.
Do you want me to turn this around? Do you want the...
So you could have it as it is and then use this on something else, or even just a piece of plain white fabric and then build it up.
Yeah, you could.
So even though you get in one panel, it can be multiple projects.
Oh, you could do a little wall hanging with sort of field of poppies.
Yeah.
And as I say, if you could machine embroider or hand embroider, you know, dates or a person's name, or even, you know, like you can transfer photographs to fabric.
Yeah. That's nice.
And then you could frame around the photograph with the poppies.
That's a nice idea.
There's so much you can do with this panel. It's an amazing springboard to your creativity. I know sometimes we might look at a panel and think, well, why aren't there instructions with that? I would like a pattern. But there are sometimes where we want to sort of pique your interest and get you thinking about, making something that builds your creativity. All of this panel, $9.99.
Yeah, that's what I want to encourage, people coming up with their, everyone's inspired by different things.
I absolutely agree with you. I think that's terrific. Well, very much like we did the show together when we did the Battle of Britain wall hanging, which again was about inspiring other people to be creative, which it did.
It did, yeah. And it's nice and it's also something different, because a lot of the projects we sew are always really nice and happy, and it's quite nice to sew something that with a meaning like this.
So you've layered the soldier silhouette behind the poppies and then fused them down together.
I didn't iron that on very straight. Ignore that; it's a design feature. And also, so I've ironed the soldier down, and I've remembered that you could put him in the middle. That's fine, but I think I spoke about it before with you, didn't I? About using the rule of thirds.
Yes.
So by placing him on the one side with the poppies in the centre, it's going to draw you. Believe it or not, draw your eye in more because it's more to look at.
Yeah.
And I think he looks quite. I think he's quite happy there, isn't he?
I agree. I think it's lovely.
So already, all I've done is cut out two things. And you could leave it as that.
Yeah, you could.
And then you've got all of that left to do.
You could layer it and quilt it, and that's it.
And that's it. Hang that in your window for, Remembrance Day.
I agree. Yeah.
That would be really.
Or as a banner for church, or WY, or
Or even for schools as well. But what I think would be quite nice to do. When you have like the quilters groups that do lots of. When they sometimes do it like a sew-along project. I think if it would be quite nice if a group of people came together for on a Saturday afternoon or a Saturday or whatever, and they all had the same panel and see how they create what they do with it.
Yeah, that's a great.
Because you get inspired by the people's ideas as well.
You do.
It's almost like if you did it as a challenge, like everyone has the same panel and you can use your own sewing kits.
Yeah, I'd be up for that as well sometime. That's another thing we could do here at Sewing Street, couldn't we? We could have a panel that a few of us all took away, did something with, and then
really
all brought it back together again.
Yeah, but Hayley. There we go. That's a good idea.
Yeah, and then we're all doing something a bit different with the same starting point.
That's a really good idea.
I love stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Fab.
So I'm not going to cut up your red, but
okay.
So what I liked about this, so I wanted it so the actual image is coming out of the frame, which is how I've done it on there.
Yes.
And it starts off really subtly that this flower border is slightly wider than the frame. So that's the beginning. That's how it begins. And then I'm going to start building up my poppies around the edge.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So, and also, like I said, you've got all the different signs as well. Where did I put my little bag of
This
bits?
is the kind of thing that you can't get wrong,
No.
because you can place all of these, don't iron anything down, keep playing around, walking away, coming back, until it looks right.
And just moving things around. So I've already cut a few bits and pieces
good
out.
move, yeah.
And I didn't put any writing on my original one, but you can do the.
We get that included, don't we?
Yeah, so you could plate this, you could put it maybe at the top. So I think if you were going to hang this in a window, it'd be quite nice. I'm just wondering the balance. I think it'd be quite nice there because, again, it's been done in the blue in the exact same background pattern.
Yes.
So that way it's quite nice.
Yes, so we're not cutting out individual letters, it's a whole piece and iron it down.
Yeah.
It's really good.
So yeah, it's been quite well thought out, this one, if I say so myself. And then
it's
all
ace.
around the actual writing, if you can see, it's that saying, the really long one. So that's very cleverly done.
Oh, and that is a very, very, very poignant piece of writing, isn't it? That age shall not wither them,
Yeah.
nor the years condemn.
Condemn them, yeah. And then I'm cutting out these individual.
But I always
names.
find, you know, if you go, often you find them in villages where there will be a monument and it's all of the men from the village and the families, and you realise, well, you get some sense of the impact
it affected everybody
on a community, that like a huge group of their men and their sons and their brothers and their fathers were gone. All together, all gone. You know, for a period of time, and some of them came back and lots of them didn't.
Yeah, it's this. I live in a village and we've got one of those in the church, in the graveyard, but also we've got this little lane that runs down the side of our estate, and it's called Walton Lake. It's beautiful, goes out right into the countryside, and it's like a little hamlet, so it's part of the estate of Walton Hall. And there's a tiny little cenotaph there. I mean, there's only about 10 houses in the hamlet, and it's covered in that, and that's just from that.
Right.
You know, it's
huge. Absolutely huge.
So, and I wanted to stay away from any black on this. You know, so that's another reason why I wanted it to be a more subtle,
soft tones.
Softer, yeah.
Now, 3/4 of the stock has gone. We had a big quantity, but we're down to our last quarter of the stock. So this is that time where it all starts to get a bit frantic on phone lines and on the web as well. Jump on the web if you can and get your panel. And I think this would be a panel actually to multi-buy, because you'll do something with it this year. Next year you could get the same panel out and do something completely different, or maybe make something for you, make something for a loved one, or to donate to, as Delphine said, your local school. I think,
it'd be quite nice as a community of sewers, you know, because we are, aren't we? We're a Sewing Street family. We're, you know,
we are.
And you know, it'd be quite nice to see if you actually did do them and hang them in the window for the, you know.
Oh yes.
So it's you know, so the whole community of it, and then put it on the fan page
that would be lovely.
For Remembrance Day. So, So I'm actually on Remembrance Day. I'm actually in on that day. So it'd be quite nice to see, you know, flood the fan page with not just this panel makes, but the, like, almost like have it as, you've got a couple of weeks though, haven't we, to do some remembrance designs and put it all on the fan page. Okay, everybody,
you've got your homework from Delphine Brooks. You've got a couple of weeks.
I just think that would be a nice.
I think it's a great idea.
Because, you know, because we do all our happy makes, but I think if we just flooded the page with remembrance makes, and I think everyone's going to reflect on that, and you know, and the, you know, all the followers, and so I think that would be something nice for the sewing community.
It's a lovely idea, definitely.
Like, it's almost like our little contribution, isn't it?
Well, certainly in the village where I live, the church has this lovely sort of wrought iron sort of archway gate in, and that's always completely covered in knitted and crocheted poppies, you know, which again, you know, there are some people who've worked incredibly hard to make that happen every year.
Yeah, but do you get involved in some of that as well, with all of your knitting?
Yeah, not that one. This year for the Jubilee celebrations, I made quite a big proportion of the bunting for the village.
Oh, nice.
So
and bunting's not a quick.
It's not. It's not. I thought it would be quite quick, and then I think it was 5 full days of sewing.
Oh wow!
Cutting and sewing.
That's impressive.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of. And it wasn't that much bunting in the end.
No.
You know what I mean? It felt like it should have been miles, sort of, you know, at least to Jupiter and back, I thought. But it didn't even go sort of down one end of the village and then back the other side, which was my I originally thought, oh yeah, zigzagging all the way down the main street from house to house, you know, and yeah, we didn't quite manage that.
Oh dear. So all I've done, I will do some sewing in a minute. I just wanted to I'm playing.
The sewing we get, but it's what lots of us like to see and need to see is how you're playing around with the placement and looking by eye and then having to move around.
Yeah, so I've put a little collection of poppies here. And then I like to balance everything out. So and I think it looks quite nice. What I would probably do here, in fact, let me have a bit of a play. I think, 'cause I'm just thinking if we had a few more here, just on this bottom bit here.
Like that.
And I quite like this as a complete negative space.
Right.
Just left alone.
Yeah.
So the focus is all onto this side. That's...
Yes, and then the bit that you are looking up at the top is that message.
Yeah.
I like that.
So it's a nice balance, isn't it,
I
I think?
that. Yeah.
So I'm just going to press these.
But as well, it shows your organic process. Because it's easy for us to watch you and think, Delphine's always got a plan. It's all very, that creative people are other people. It's not us, it's this sort of special breed who were born with abilities that we don't have. And actually, it's an organic process for everybody, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. Absolutely. And that's what I love about these panels, because everyone's is going to do something, be different.
Yeah.
And it's not like, oh, I wish I thought of that. No, it's like, thank you for inspiring me to try something different, or, and to do, because you'll take on these tips and do them in other projects.
I know that there'll be makers watching now who will get this panel home and create a gorgeous shoulder bag out of it.
Yeah.
Or, a piece of wearable patchwork or something quilted, like a hat or something like that. I do think I'm inspired the poppies, the leaves, some of the background to create a corsage with beading and embroidery and things like that.
Yeah, that would be really nice.
Or the wall hanging you could layer and quilt and then actually create three-dimensional appliques that are added after it's been quilted.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't do it on this one, but it looks like I've done it. But you could do the faded poppies. If you did trapunto on those. So because they're so muted and quite soft, I think a bit of trapunto behind those ones would look really, really nice.
So just for people that don't know what trapunto means,
you'll probably explain it better than me. So it's basically a double layer of wadding. So you have the rest of the fabric has got a single layer of wadding. Then you put a thicker layer of wadding behind the bits you want to trapunto. It's like a 3D, so it'll stand out more. So you sew around that, do your free motion or whatever, and then you trim away any of the excess. And when you do your free motion on the top, it stands out
so
more.
It's like double layered.
Yeah.
So it really pops.
Yeah.
Fab.
That's how I do it.
Awesome. Yeah, bit of trapunto, lovely.
There we go. So I quite like that.
Yeah, I think that's beautiful.
So I'm having it come down.
Yeah.
So it makes it all part of the picture rather than having it completely separate. There we go. So that's where I'm going with this one. I think
that's lovely.
Be really nice.
So this is your wall hanging, no borders. Leave it at that.
And I'm thinking maybe I quite like that there.
That'd be lovely.
Because our eye is always drawn to the right, so I think, like you say, it's almost like it tells a story, doesn't it? So it's not just, oh, that's a nice picture of a soldier of poppies. You can have a look and you look deeper into the picture with this. So you've got lots to keep you interested in looking at.
There's lots of depth.
Yeah,
there's lots of depth. And I think as well for children as well, there's a lot there to talk around. So actually when I think back to my teaching days, and this would be about talking, about what the poppies mean and who is that person standing there in the field? Why might they be faded? Why is the image soft rather than bright? Why can't we see the soldier's face, for example? Because there's reasons behind all of that, isn't there?
Yeah.
What do these words mean? Lest we forget what?
That'd be quite an interesting project to do, to not just learn it, but if you got the and they, if you put, Bonderwebbed all the poppies, there's probably enough for each pupil.
Nice.
And then they can choose where they would like to put it. So that it's like the whole class can build up a picture.
Yeah. It's great.
I'm
It's
just
great.
thinking, so I've got young kids at primary school, so
Yeah.
it'd be quite nice for them to.
I think that's a terrific idea. I like as well something else that you've added on this panel, if I just show this here. So on here, now of course we said at the beginning of the show how Remembrance Day originally was created to remember the fallen from the First World War, but you've put some Second World War playing.
Yeah.
Because of course since then it's about all conflict, all wars, isn't it?
Yeah. So I think that you could add again the same background, so you could applique some of those up there. As well.
You could, because of course grandparents, parents, may well have experienced the Second World War, and again I think it's a really wonderful opportunity to talk about those experiences, because often people don't. I remember during lockdown we met and spoke to, she's become a friend of ours now in the village, a fabulous lady who's in her 90s, who we got chatting to one day, and she told us all about being a child, I think she was maybe 10 or 11, during the bombings of Hull. She was born and brought up in Hull, and that got very, very heavily bombed and shelled because it was such an important port,
Okay.
But to actually hear these stories from the people who were there experiencing it is very, very special.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And doing things like this does prompt us, and that was probably something that she hadn't spoken about. Well, she won't speak about it routinely, but it was an opportunity to talk about it. We really appreciated her doing that.
Yeah, I get really upset when I listen to stories like that. It's
Yeah.
And so when I was,
although she was wonderfully stoic and in her stride and all that sort of thing about it, as so many people were and are, just got on with it.
Yeah.
Which was also very interesting and quite cool to hear.
Yeah.
But you meet some wonderful people, don't you?
We do. We're really lucky in our line of work, aren't we?
Yeah.
And, in the fact that we go to shows and stuff and chat with people and give you their experiences and. Sorry, I'm just pulling up my...
Well, I'm one of those people as well that will just kind of, that likes to stop and talk to anybody and everybody. If I'm on the train or the bus, I like to get chatting, because you never know who you're going to meet or what stories they've got to tell.
No, that's it. And never know what other people are going through, Yeah.
We're down to double figures of the panel. That's all. We started off with hundreds and hundreds, so we really are down to those last few now, and our last sort of 15-16 minutes of the morning. This will sell out, so if you want to get hold of yours, works really well too if you wanted to combine it with Delphine's sunrise wall hanging kit that we had earlier on in the day. I'm just going to remind you of that. A really beautiful wall hanging, a very different style. We had some great ideas sent through as well on Facebook and through email about combining some of the elements, the aeroplanes, the silhouetted soldier, lest we forget. Each of these elements would work.
I did a cheap binding on this one, but I also put the saying.
Oh, look, there we go.
At the going down of the, don't look too close at my binding, it was very quick.
We're not judging. If someone ever offered me the job of quilt police, I'd refuse. There is no job. I'm kidding. There is no. But I'd refuse. Who wants to do that?
Oh no.
I'm not about raining on people's parade.
No, we all try, don't we?
Yeah, we do. It's all any of us are doing. Having a go.
Oh, that's all I do.
Yeah.
And if it works, then great. But it doesn't always.
Happy days.
Doesn't always.
Yeah. Now, a question on the bottom. Hi Delphine, does the 720 Pro have two reel holder to be able to use with a double needle?
I don't know.
You got two on the back, haven't you?
Yeah, mine are at the back, so that's my two.
But your two reels of thread. It's got 2 spool pins.
It's got 2 spool pins. I've never used double because I don't do. It would help if I plugged it in, wouldn't it?
That would, yeah. I mean, suppose it would help. But I mean, you've got those 2 spool pins on the back for your reels of thread, and then you've got your 2 thread guides.
Yeah.
So absolutely, yes, you can do twin needle work on it.
There you go. Thanks, Stu. Why isn't it turning on?
Yeah. You know, as well, it's the plug on.
Oh,
there you go.
It's the basics. It's been a long day.
I've earned my money today, if nothing else for that.
I will do some sewing now and tidy up. So with also, I think with by adding the applique, try and come out onto the frame because I think it pulls it all together. So rather than having it, completely off or on, I'm just putting it slightly over onto the border so it brings it all together.
Yeah.
There you go. I'll do a bit of sewing now if you like.
Now, collectors in Somerset ask, is the red on the table the same as Delphine has used as a border on the panel, please? Yeah. They're never exactly the same. Do you mean does this red and say the red on the poppies match up? I mean, no, because this is printed on a different sort of printer or to this. It is the red that Delphine used as the border on her wall hanging. Absolutely, it's the same red. But no, there's always some variation, isn't there?
But if I wanted it to be that really bright and bold red, but the poppies, the design wouldn't have worked if they were the same shade because they wouldn't have stand out.
Right.
So it helps that they're a different shade.
Yes, good. Right, fire her up.
So I'll put that in there. Sorry, I'm very messy. Sorry, I'm making a.
Stop it. We
Every
love
time
it.
I come, I make such a mess. When I've been in, I'm just sort of. And do you know what I'm going to do next time? I'm just going to get a little bin and put it.
Oh, don't do that. I would feel very intimidated if you were working tidily. Oh, there is actually a bin under me, you see. I didn't know that.
And also, the quilt, the sunshine quilt, there's actually enough to make that at least twice the size.
Oh.
Because we thought it was smaller fabric, but you could go massive with that.
Brilliant.
So you don't have to do the sun quilt to that size, you could go even bigger. Okie dokie then.
I know we haven't got the sewing machine on the show, but I mean, why is that? Oh, we do have the sewing machine. Okay, so why is that sewing machine your absolute go-to? Because that is your machine.
This is my machine. I bring it in every day, even though it's quite heavy. It is a semi-industrial machine. It is rock solid. It doesn't have a free arm, but it doesn't affect me whatsoever because you've got such a big throat space. That's what initially why it appealed to me was the throat space is so big. And also because I like to, when I sew, I'm pedal to the metal. I like it fast. I haven't got time to mess around. I've got to get I do a lot of free motion as well.
Yep.
So I rely on quite a high speed, 1250 stitches per minute.
It's incredible.
It's incredible speed.
And most sewing machines, domestic machines, are 1,000 or less, aren't they?
Yeah.
800 to 1,000.
And it's got a separate motor for your to do the bobbin as well. So having that separate motor is. Every time if you're playing bobbin roulette, and you have to unthread all your machine, take it out, and I can sew and do the bobbin at the same time if I wanted to.
Amazing.
So it's for speed.
Yeah.
It's incredible, and it also comes with separate plates as well. So you've got a straight stitch foot, which is incredible for you doing piecing. So if you do a lot of quilting, you're going to get you've got one tiny little hole for it to go down into, so it's not going to pull all your fabric in.
Right.
So if you're doing points or triangles, it's not going to eat your fabric. And it's also got a high performance plate and high performance foot, which is great if you do a lot of soft furnishings. So if you're making curtains, for example, it's got a special foot. The accuracy is insane how
it's that sort of moving into that sort of semi-industrial kind of professional. If you do things like commercial bag making or a lot of dressmaking and home furnishings, home decor, curtain making, that sort of thing, or if you want just a really amazing machine for your home sewing. It's just for you. You love sewing just for you. This machine will also give you that sort of amazing performance that professionals kind of take for granted, but you can also have it at home.
Exactly. And it's once you've, I wouldn't go to any other machine now.
Right, interesting.
And also you've got just the little things, like you can lift up the foot double the height.
And it stays up.
And it stays
You don't have to
up.
hold it up.
Yeah, and just like when you're dealing with like big quilts, because you can do a big quilt on there because you've got the throat space for it. So, it comes with every single foot imaginable.
You can drop the
as well.
feed dogs.
Oh yes.
Do you have to buy a separate darning foot?
No.
Walking foot?
It comes with it. In fact, let's do a bit of that, shall we?
Shall we do a bit of that?
Shall we do a bit of that?
Let's do a bit of that. We've got 10 minutes.
Let's have a go.
So you get things like you get your walking foot.
Yeah.
And you get, this I absolutely love, you get a darning foot with interchangeable feet, don't you? So that you can actually swap it around for a closed toe, an open toe, and what I always refer to, you get the big foot, like the flats with the bullseye.
You have, but I don't know where it is. You do.
But it's what my favourite. It's like I call it a Bigfoot, and it's about the size of a 2p piece, perspex, with a crosshair on it. And the reason why I love that is because there's a much bigger surface area that it holds down as you're quilting. So if you've ever experienced things like wrinkling, tucking, or when you're quilting right to the very edge of fabric and you've ever tucked the fabric over and quilted a fold in it, it just doesn't happen with the Bigfoot. It holds everything down. I've got the equivalent on my long arm as well.
Oh, have you?
What they call a cup foot, and I wouldn't use anything else. It's brilliant.
I don't know where I've put it because I used it on the show the one day, and then I didn't have my box with it, so I put it in my pocket. So
if you ask Jane nicely, she'll give you another one.
I should have asked her actually when I saw her the other day.
Yeah.
So yeah, but though these are the plates.
Oh yeah, John.
So I'm not very tidy. So that's the straight stitch plate. So as you can see, they've got the tiny little hole there, so it stops everything like being pulled through it, and that's the high performance plate. But also look at all the pretty stitches it can do.
Beautiful. Now we've had a question asking, are Janome and Elna feet interchangeable?
Yes.
I think they are, aren't they? Yeah. It's always worth checking with customer service a question like that, but we've both got Elnas and we think they are.
Yes, I think so.
I think so too.
Yeah, we're both looking at each other nodding, so I think.
A message, hi. I will be unboxing my 720 Pro today.
Oh, nice.
So excited. And the price is amazing, so much cheaper than other places. That's from Christine.
This is just, once you have this machine, you never have anything else.
Happy days. Well, it's getting unboxed later today.
I know, nice.
Could be you. Could be you.
That's an exciting day, though, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't it?
And also, because I've dropped my feed dogs, the machine will always tell you what foot to use. So, for example, I'll select the quarter of an inch stitch, and it will tell me on the screen. It will even show me the picture of the foot that I need.
Oh,
so you haven't got to go in your manual and look up. What
does this mean?
Yeah, it tells you. So, and he's got the letter on it, so you just go straight into your box and get out.
That's really
F,
cool.
For example.
While you get set up, I just want to ask a quick technical question, please, guys, or producer Ben. Maureen's got in touch to say, hi, I could only buy the red material as one unit of 0.5 metre. Usually there's a drop-down list to order more units. Do you mind just checking that, please, for me and for Maureen? The red fabric on this show, the scarlet fabric. Could it possibly be that there's only 0.5 metre left? No? Try adding multiples to your basket, Maureen. So rather than buying one unit, buy 3 or 4. See if that works. Or is that the problem? There isn't a drop down that says 2, 3, 4. They're just checking in the gallery and they've got a drop down menu. So have a little look. There you go. Just showing it on screen now. So these individuals would be the individual quantities. If you're still struggling with that, Maureen, what I would ask you to do is to call our call centre 0800 001 4433. It's free to call. It's UK based, in the same building, and they will be able to help you buy multiple units. Hope that helps. Right, we've got 5 minutes.
So I'm just going to do a little bit of decoration on the poppies. So I've used a darker thread. So I'm not zigzagging around them or anything like that. I'm just... Oh.
Okay, 60 left, 60 of the panel left, over 100 in baskets. Please check out. Please check out. Still a little bobbin issue there?
Yeah, all fixed. That's because I rushed putting it in. I don't think I put it in correctly. There we go. Hold this on, put it up the wrong way around. So it is. There we go. Ah, that's why.
Ah, caught on something.
I got it caught on my handle. It's because
Yesterday I was quilting on my long arm and the thread kept breaking. The thread never breaks, and it must have broken about 5 times. And then I finally did that thing that we're supposed to do right from the get-go. And I say it enough times, check your threading path. And there was one little bit that it was missed that it popped out of, and so it was flying around and breaking.
It's easily done, isn't it? Like I said, mine got caught on another thread. You know, you just the slightest thing.
Yeah.
It needs a bit of a cleaning.
Delphine, you're too busy sewing to clean things. I think we've established that. Neither of us do cleaning.
Too busy. So as you can see, I'm just keeping the side raw. Oh, that's not peeled off, look.
3 minutes left.
That's all right, I can do that.
I might have to leave you sewing in the background while I go through tomorrow's menu, Delphine.
Okie doke.
It's a bumper day tomorrow because I'm going to be launching the brand new Tilda range. Oh yeah, let's do the menu. That's at 8 a.m. So at 8 o'clock, we've got the Tilda launch. It's hometown. It is gorgeous. If you want to get a little sneaky peek, jump onto my Instagram and Facebook, and you can see the project I made there. I'm going to be doing a demo as well, showing you how to make that lovely cushion. Now at 9 o'clock, Janet Clare is here, one of my oldest quilty friends, with her On the Wing quilt and pattern. At 10 o'clock, Brother Sewing Machines. I'll be showing you round of Brother Sewing Machines inside and out, so stick around for that. At 11 o'clock, Christmas Makes with Janet Clare. That's going to be wonderful. And then at 12 o'clock, Sewing Room Tools. So a great morning to share together tomorrow. It all kicks off at 8 a.m. We've got 2 minutes left, Delphine.
Oh.
Loads of time.
Loads of time.
We'll have that quilt bound.
Not quite that quick.
No.
That was yesterday.
Charlie's always like that. When I start, like 1 minute I'll be cutting out the pieces for a quilt and I'll be sewing for a couple of hours, and then they'll say to me, "Is that quilt nearly finished?" I'm like, I know I'm quick, but come on, I don't have a magic wand.
I'll be like halfway through and they'll be like, "Well, that'll do."
That'll do.
That'll do.
That'll
I'm like, no, there's no such thing. Thing is, I can't. I'll just keep on going and going and going. And then I've finished, and he was like, "Oh, that looks really nice." I was like, "Yeah, you told me to stop about 5 hours ago."
Right. Who knew best?
Well.
Does he acknowledge that?
No, never.
Nick, we love you for your maths ability, but you know, going to draw the line there.
So you can see.
It's amazing the difference it makes.
You know, it's just
absolutely beautiful. Quick bit of free motion stitching. You'd never do that with a walk-in foot, would you?
No.
No. Different method, different time.
Yeah, because you can zigzag or plique, blanket stitch it.
You could.
But I just think it just gives it a bit more
depth.
Yeah,
it's beautiful.
And it's and it's almost like that quilt as you go as well at the same time.
It's gorgeous. Delphine, thank you so much for your time this morning. It's been wonderful. Thank you for staying with us too. I will see you 8 a.m. tomorrow.